My friends, I just pressed the Let's Go Live button and we are warming up the tubes as the day unfolds ahead. Got to make sure we're connected all across the fruited plain of the internet before we get started, and it looks like the connections have been made, so we can go ahead and get started. Let's do it, shall we? Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live, the show that spotlights misconduct involving police, prosecutors, and politicians and fannies. My name is Robert Gouveia. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and today we are talking about Fani Willis. We're on day 3 of this hearing. We did not think that we were going to be back in court for this, but we are, and we're awaiting the hearing start. Of course, going over to Judge McAfee's courtroom, waiting for the stream to fire up on their end. We have about 30 minutes here. And so what I wanted to do was refresh our recollection and make sure we're all up to speed on what's going on here today before the court session gets underway, because there is a lot of spiciness. Now, we're going to start. I want to poke around and jump into what's happening there in Atlanta, in Fulton County, because all the different local news agencies are covering this. And so we've got a clip queued up for that. We also have some very interesting stories that came out from Breitbart that are telling us that Nathan Wade, this guy right here, the special counsel, who is the person hired by Fani, also her ex-boyfriend, is now trying, of course, to get all of this testimony precluded, but more stories are coming out about him and the depth of his relationship with Fani, including the idea that Nathan Wade aided Fani in her transition back when she was running for DA. So she won, she had to take office. Nathan Wade apparently helped her do that. And that, of course, is being reported by Breitbart. And also another story, similarly from Breitbart, they have some very nice exclusives there, but apparently Biden had a plant inside Fani's office from the beginning. And so we'll read through that story as well. But we're going to see what Jonathan Turley says about it. Says he starts to think this is all unraveling, and I agree. I think she's in a very, very bad position of her own making. But before the hearing starts, we got some things we can talk about. What might happen at the hearing? And we covered, of course, the full trial, the full evidentiary hearing, rather, last week when it was all happening. But now we're back, and this is a surprise. We got Terrence Bradley is going to be back on the stand. We have a lot of questions about this guy. Didn't think he was very honest when he was on the stand the last time. And so we have 3 different possibilities. Some might be shocking and explosive. Some might be just kind of another meh hearing where nothing new is revealed. And so we'll talk through some of those here in a bit. And of course, we have some very recent filings that have all dropped over the last couple days. And we've been covering them in depth. We've covered each one of these one by one here on this channel. And so if you missed those, you can go back and get some of the backstory. But we'll just refresh our recollection about what's going on as we're entering into this hearing. And we'll talk about the court of law and the court of public opinion, because there are battles taking place in both those arenas right now. And so we got some good stuff to hit very quickly before the hearing starts. And we are waiting for Judge McAfee to fire up the tubes on his end. And so as soon as that starts up, we'll, of course, jump into it live. But, of course, I do want to invite you to join us at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. We had a great stream this morning. It's our members-only community. We do streams in the morning. We do streams on Saturdays, and we have a lot of fun over there. Also, if you want any of the PDFs that we are about to go through that we've covered here, they're all available at robertgouveia.com, all for free, all with the red lines. Go over there, sign up for our newsletter, download all the documents, and stay apprised. Of course, we also have Watcher Lodge. So this week on Thursday, if you want to join us, we got my friend Jason Campbell's going to come. He's a Zen wellness master, and he's a black belt. He's a musician. He's a really impressive dude. He's going to come do a workshop with us, Watcher Lodge, all free. Come and join us and get your Zen wellness on. It's going to be a lot of fun. Links for all those things in the description below. But let's get into the mood, shall we? Let's turn our attention to what's happening there in Atlanta, in Fulton County, and we have this report from ANF News that is kind of setting the stage for us here today. What's going on there in Atlanta? Here they report.
Happening today, we could hear new testimony in a hearing to determine whether Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis should be removed from Trump's racketeering case.
We're learning that a judge has ordered a particular witness to testify. His name is
Terrence
Terrence Bradley.
Yeah.
He's an attorney. who earlier this month declined to answer questions, citing attorney-client privilege. Sources tell us the judge has now ordered him to answer questions about anything that falls outside of that arena. Bradley is a former law partner and one-time divorce attorney of Nathan Wade. That's a special prosecutor in the Trump case. Fani Willis, the DA in Fulton County, has acknowledged that she and Wade did have a relationship.
Oh, yeah,
the question
they did.
is the timing of that relationship.
Yeah, they did.
Willis and Wade testified that they started dating after he took over in the Trump case. Ashleigh Merchant, the defense attorney for Mr. Trump's co-defendant Mike Roman, tried to get Bradley to answer questions that she says would dispute the timeline.
We can go all day about exceptions to this. Fraud to the court, that's an exception. Mr. Wade, we contend, has filed a false affidavit with this court. That is fraud to the court. If this witness has direct knowledge that that is not true, then that's an exception to attorney-client privilege.
It appears the judge agrees with her. According to our sources, he's going to compel Bradley to testify about anything he witnessed outside of attorney-client privilege.
Woo.
That hearing is set for 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can watch a live stream of today's testimony
right here on our channel. Thanks for the report there from the news. So we, of course, are going to be jumping into that as soon as it drops. But we got some predictions, right? We're going to talk about what are some possibilities, how could this whole thing unfold, 3 different ideas. But first, let's see what's happening, because apparently there's even more to the story. Nathan Wade aided in Fani's transition. Not that kind of a transition, I don't think. But here is what Breitbart was reporting, and this was an exclusive story for them, and they got all sorts of sources all over the place, apparently. They said that Nathan Wade was the person who made the decisions to hire or fire employees back in Fulton County. Right after Fani won election victory, she calls this dude, and he comes and helps her. The revelation of his previously unreported position as the former personnel decision maker for Fani raises ethical and conflict of interest concerns. They said Wade is a prosecutor on the Trump case, and he selected all the office employees. That's a source someone told Breitbart News. And so apparently, according to the source, he led a transition team of 10 to 12 people who interviewed and evaluated the current employees right after Willis won. Now, the sources, this is from multiple, it sounds, wish to remain anonymous for fear of retribution to their direct knowledge of the environment. They characterize the DA's office as corrupt. Now, Wade, a second source, told Breitbart he was in charge of determining who of the 250 office employees would remain with Willis. Sources described one-on-one interviews behind closed doors with Willis and Wade, who was, quote, too invested to be just a friend. Oh, busted. He has to go and protect his woman, you know, even though she's a very strong and independent woman who doesn't need a man. Of Willis to hold such a powerful position. So Wade and Willis, they claimed their relationship started in 2022. No, they were canoodling long before. And this is all now being exposed. And they should have just resigned, save themselves some, honor and integrity. But they're doubling down here, probably because they'd rather become a martyr and they'll get jobs elsewhere in the media. Willis said everyone in the office was essentially all terminated, and that essentially we had to reapply for our jobs. We had to reapply and come back in so they could interview everyone. And in that room, in my interview, there were a lot of other people other than Fani Willis, and that was her transition team. Says, I definitely know that Nathan Wade was in that room because he was taking the lead role. And I was a little confused because I had never seen him before. Said I had maybe about 10 people in the interview, another source described. Nathan definitely was up and moving around and taking charge in the room. Wade hired the entire office of 250 employees. I was just telling them my employment background, and they just sat there, and they looked at me, and they said, well, you'll get an email on our decision. And that's what Wade said. He looked at Willis, and they looked at each other, and they probably gave each other a little kissy face. And there was just something so weird going on, says this. Well, yeah. They weren't interviewing you. They were, scouting comrades. And then they were also probably playing footsie under the table there. The sources did not initially know who Wade was during the transition process, but they told Breitbart News that they questioned why Willis would outsource that to unknown actors. Why was he a part of the hiring process and making decisions? And we here have covered this before. I remember reading an article that said that their relationship went back, they knew each other like from college, or he was a mentor to her when she was a student. I mean, it went way back, I think before the judge's conversation. And so Of course, we're back in court and we're going to see really what his lawyer knew about this. So now we're talking about Terrence Bradley. Did Terrence Bradley know anything about that transition? Was he involved in that? Because Terrence Bradley was Nathan Wade's law partner for quite some time. And of course, we're talking about when these things started. When did their business partnership start? When did their friendship start? When did their attorney-client relationship start? And we're asking when the timeline distinguishes between different actions, the difference between bro talk as friends and pro talk as lawyers. And so we're constantly asking these questions, but Nathan Wade was around a lot longer with Fani. And so presumably his lawyer knows something about that he can share with us that is personal knowledge and not protected as pro talk. We have another story from Breitbart, which was another doozy here. And this is that Biden apparently planted an operative, this guy called Jeff DeSantis, in Fani Willis's office to target Trump. And some time ago, we also played that clip here from Newt Gingrich. You remember Newt said that he had a source that said Fani got a phone call to indict Trump on Monday. It's just like, go and indict him right now. And she basically did. Remember, there were all sorts of problems that night. She came out like at 11:30 at night. She's like, we got it done. And they got it done. Why? Because they got instructions from Washington. And now some more meat on those bones. Apparently, the Biden administration, according to Breitbart, planted a Democrat operative inside a Fulton County office to target Trump. Multiple sources familiar with their office have told Breitbart News. If the Biden administration planted an operative, they'd say it could be a strong argument the administration is literally interfering with the election. You mean another strong argument? Yeah, there's a lot of them. The prosecution itself is one. And they met with the White House counsel. Nathan Wade billed for that. They went to D.C. and they met with the administration. So we know that they met with the J6 committee. It's all political. So Breitbart News granted the sources anonymity to discuss the attorney's office for fear of retribution. Yeah, they'll Terrence Bradley you. The sources have direct knowledge of the environment in the DA's office, which they also characterize as corrupt. One significant figure is overlooked in the scandal concerning Fani and her lover. They said, meet this guy called Jeff DeSantis, the county's deputy district attorney with professional experience far greater than the average county employee. DeSantis worked on Willis's 2020 campaign, sources told the News, and he was the former executive director from the Democrat Party of Georgia, also has extensive knowledge of campaign finance law. He was also the deputy director of compliance for the DNC. Apparently this guy's worked for candidates for 30 states. Okay, he's a Democrat operative. We got it. Now, sources credit DeSantis with colluding with the White House to target Trump. One source told Breitbart News, DeSantis did this. Okay, Fani wasn't doing any work. We know this because she was on cruises. And we know that they're not really interested in actually doing legal work. That's why Nathan Wade gave all the other 4 co-defendants who took plea deals that are going to be dismissed, those all were diversion deals, okay? Like they're not going for convictions here. Unless they're saving it all for Trump, which would be political and adverse to the interest of justice, which they claim to be pursuing. Because if Sidney had a role and everyone else had a role, they're just letting them go in the interest of getting Trump. And they're not even doing that, by the way, okay? Because Sidney Powell's letter, remember, she's like, I'm sorry. She said, I have to write an apology letter. Sidney Powell's apology letter was, I'm paraphrasing, I'm sorry you guys are idiots. Something like that. I'm sorry you decided to charge this law, kind of a thing. Get the hell out of here, right? So they're getting embarrassed all the time. It's a political hit job to try to extend this beyond the election so he's bogged down in court, and Fani is operating and doing it. So citing his deep history and connection with the Democrat Georgia machine, one source told Breitbart News they are, quote, 100% certain that DeSantis was the inside man planted in the Fulton County office, planted by the Biden administration. DeSantis is the one pulling the strings on this whole thing, a second source said. Everybody heard Fani testify. It's no secret that she's not smart. Bingo. That is how she sounds and acts every day of the week. Oh, gosh. Could you imagine? When she's not celebrating her 100 days victory parties, she's screaming at everybody. It's a lie. You're like, no, Fani. Like they forgot your sandwich in the lunch order. It's a lie. No, they're going back to get it. They just forgot it. It was a mistake. Relax. They're not racist, okay? Anyone that has common sense knows that the White House has been involved in this prosecution. And this shouldn't just miraculously happen. Of course, she, Willis, is not going to prosecute the former president of the United States without the current administration's approval. Obviously. So sources also speculated that he was instrumental, this DeSantis guy, in selecting grand jurors, for the Trump case, based on voter registration data. Oh my gosh. So in order to indict him, they go just pick out all the Democrats. Don't mail to that zip code, okay? There's a bunch of red people there. Part of why you're raising money as a candidate is to buy data, and sources revealed that he was also a member of Willis's transition team after she won election. So an absolute hatchet job, okay, from these people, all orchestrated by the White House. And they put all their eggs in the wrong fanny pack because she is dropping the ball on this one big time. And so 2 great stories over from Breitbart, very exclusive stuff. And I think it's probably just the beginning of the unbundling, the unraveling of the DA's office. And so we're continuing to wait for McAfee to fire up the courtroom, and we're going to keep checking back in on that. But here are some possibilities. Okay, what's going to happen today? We do have some options, right? And some are extremely exciting and some not so much. We have one situation where Terrence could come back out and say a lot of the same things that he said. Remember, the judge was being very nice. To recap, Terrence Bradley was on the stand. He was invoking pro-talk, professional privilege protection. And that precluded him from having to speak about any information about his relationship with Nathan Wade. He was his ex-lawyer. He said all of our conversations were pro-talk. They were not bro-talk as friends. And so I can't tell you them, court. That was allowed to ride for a lot of the evidentiary hearing until we saw Anna Cross come back out and absolutely obliterate him. And he started talking, and the state was asking questions about all of what could have been pro-talk, but apparently wasn't. It was bro-talk. And so now the defense said, wait a minute, I thought we couldn't talk about all that stuff. Anna, that you just asked him about the separation from his law firm because apparently he was asked to leave or he voluntarily left because there was allegations against Terrence Bradley that he was assaulting employees and clients, and that's a big problem. So there was a back and forth over that. The defense couldn't ask those questions, but then the state asked those questions, opened the door. The defense went hog wild, and they said, perfect, we can't wait to talk about all those things. But then what happened is they called Terrence Bradley a liar. Anna Cross said, Judge, he lied. But the judge didn't go that far. The judge said, well, maybe he doesn't understand privilege. He just got confused. And so if he just doesn't understand privilege, well, maybe we'll correct him on that. And he could come back out. And in other words, Terrence could be corrected on this, right? He could come back out and say, well, you know, there was some bits and pieces of stuff that I can talk about now. So in other words, he'll understand the difference between pro-talk and bro-talk, and stuff that he thought was pro-talk will go into the bro-talk category, but it's going to largely be the same. You know, it's largely going to match his underlying testimony that he had no personal knowledge of a relationship and that he didn't see much of any of this stuff. And that when he was even in the office with Nathan Wade, they talked about, you know, sports and other things. They didn't talk about relationships. So in other words, he could come back out and say, yes, now I know how this all works, but I don't know anything. You know, we could get into that routine. And I don't think that's very likely. And if he did, it would be very disappointing, right? Because he just got axed by his own people and was covering for them. And to come back out and to continue to cover for them, I think would not look good for his reputation or for this entire saga, right? In other words, we know there's more to this. So if that is maybe a low probability, what is maybe a medium probability? We also have this possibility. Now, we talk about bookends, right? And the scope. We talk about the hula hoop and how far in is something allowed to go? How far outside are you prohibited from going? And so we have this concept of bro talk and pro talk. And one possibility is that they just move the bookends on this thing. So remember during the testimony that Terrence Bradley said that they really started their relationship, including the pro talk, was like at a barbecue. When Nathan Wade came over, he had some people over at his house. It was like 2018. Somebody else said maybe it was 2015, right? There were different dates being thrown around. It was kind of loose testimony. But the question, of course, is if in 2018 the relationship started, then when did it end? Was it in 2022 when he left the firm, 2023 when the firm dissolved, when the LLC was dissolved? What happened? And we know that right before this hearing today, that the pro talk, bro talk bookends were very far out. It encompassed like everything. The attorney-client relationship was going all the way to 2018 and all the way to 2023. He couldn't talk about anything. So the judge might just come out and say, well, those bookends change. Okay, the hula hoop gets a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. In other words, your pro talk didn't start until you maybe filed for the divorce or you had a conversation about filing for the divorce, which would have been all the way up in 2021. Okay, so that would mean if we move the starting date on when the pro talk started from 2018 to 2021, then all the conversations, arguably, from 2018 to 2021 are all fair game, right? You can now talk about those things because they are not protected by the pro talk. They move into the bro talk category. Same thing on the other end. We could also say that the attorney-client privilege ended sooner than the dissolution, right? Or, after he was off the case, whenever that happened, right? It's beyond that. And so anything that goes maybe from 2021 all the way to 2023, maybe it was off limits, but now it is back on game, depending on how the judge sees it. So we might see some modifications around the ends. And then if there's testimony that opens up in those newly open spaces, we might get some juiciness out of there. And the idea is that we're looking for bits of evidence that are going to show that Fani and Nathan lied. And there's already good evidence about this, including the phone records, which we'll recap briefly here in a minute. But also remember, Rob and Rudy said their relationship started well before that. And if Terrence Bradley comes out and confirms that, that is going to be another damning bit of evidence for them. Now, the big explosion that we're all hoping to see is this final possibility. It's that Terrence cracks. All right, Terrence was on Team Nathan Wade for some time. And we watched him during testimony. Like, do you think you're friends with Nathan? He's like, yeah, why would you even ask me a question like that? Of course we're friends. And then they're like, yeah, but you assaulted his employees and his clients, right? And that's a big problem for you, and so on. So if Terrence comes back out and he says, I was actually pressured by Fani, by Gabe. Remember, there was the hearing before the hearing where Gabe, who was a part of Team Fani, came back out and said, yeah, I did make a phone call to Terrence. I did call him. And what was the purpose of the call? Ashleigh Merchant said, and he admitted it, was to talk about the case, was to talk about privilege, was to talk about what he was doing. So a bunch of people were putting pressure on Terrence Bradley, evidently from testimony, to stop him from testifying. And the state was shocked, right? He didn't text you. They were so upset that they asked for sanctions on the other side. Anna Cross and Abate, Adam, he was saying that there was no evidence whatsoever. It's all through third parties, and they literally wanted Ashleigh Merchant to be penalized and punished for it. Turns out they were dead wrong. So there's a lot of mistakes here. There's a lot of double stories, right? Terrence Bradley apparently was telling the state one thing, telling Ashleigh Merchant another thing, apparently even reviewed Ashleigh Merchant's motion to dismiss on behalf of Michael Roman when the whole thing started. And so now we don't know what he knows or where he's going to go. But if he comes out and the whole facade comes off, he could basically end this, right? He could say, yep, I was pressured by them to lie. I was pressured by them to tell a story. They were even maybe threatening me with prosecution from these fake assault claims that they're making up. And maybe they wanted to boot him out of the office so that Nathan Wade, remember, he was splitting his fees in thirds. Maybe he made up an assault allegation to throw him out of the firm so he could then take the full compensation from his contract with Fani. So there is a lot of possibility that Gabe comes out here and starts just throwing elbows around. I'm sorry, Terrence does, saying I was pressured by Gabe and others, and starts getting very, very truthful with us. And I think that would be the honest thing to do, is to say I was under tremendous pressure and now I want to come clean. This is what ultimately happened. And so those are three possibilities. Of course, there are others, but we are pretty excited about what is about to go down. And so let's make sure that we are attentive to the judge's live stream, see if anything has been fired up. The stream is live, my friends. And so let's see what's happening in there. Looks like it is blacked out. But can we hear any audio? There's the Zoom. And we're still about 4 minutes out. Oh, there's the camera. Oh, look, it's Nathan Wade right there. So in the courtroom, you see Nathan Wade seated at the prosecutor's table right down here. Looks like he's also joined. That looks like Steve Sadow is right next to him. I do believe. Right there under the... Actually, that may not be him. I actually don't think that's Steve Sadow. I mean, I wouldn't imagine he'd be seated at the same table, but I thought maybe he was showing him something. But now that I'm looking at it, I don't think that's him. All right. So, yeah, that's definitely not him. Okay, definitely not him. That's that other prosecutor. I don't know his name. Okay, so, all right, we're waiting for people to pile in here, my friends. And it's going to be a spicy one. Either way this goes, we're going to see evidence that might be dispositive of this case. Now, the fact that the judge is bringing this out is, you know, recalling this leads me to believe that there's something that it's going to be good that we're about to get into. Now, who else is in the courtroom? Okay, that's Mr. Merchant right here. And it looks like Ashleigh might be seated to his left. But we don't have Ashleigh on the screen. Oh, yes, we do. Okay, there's Ashleigh. I couldn't see her. She blended in. There's Ashleigh Merchant right there talking with John Merchant. This is the defense table, so we have a little different camera angle now. We got the defense table. Waiting for McAfee to get out here. And no Fani in the courtroom. Not seeing a Fani in the courtroom. Is the Atlanta mayor back there? Looking back here. Does the Atlanta mayor decide to show up? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not sure who this prosecutor's name is, or what his name is, but we'll definitely see. My friends, I'm very grateful that you are here. Thank you for joining us on this incredible stream. We've been covering this for quite some time now, and this is a big surprise that the judge just set this. So as a recap, the judge set this last night and just decided, yeah, here we go. And all the attorneys are kind of scrambling to get here. You know, there was no prior notice. It sounds like the judge emailed an order out. And I haven't seen an order that would actually schedule this hearing. I think it was just done by email. So, you know, we don't have much details about what's going to be happening, how much time is allotted, if they're limited in scope to certain questions. But we definitely see Ashleigh. I'm wondering if we're going to see Sadow. I've not seen him yet. That's Trump's lawyer. But often he sits... Last time he was seated back on this side, I think tucked away in this kind of corner here. So I don't see him at the moment. And the hearing starts 2 p.m. Eastern time. This court has been pretty good on showing up on time and getting started on time. And we'll, of course, patiently await the judge and his arrival and be prepared to rise, my friends. What's going on? Okay, so let's see who's joining us here. Let's say hello. Let's give some shout outs to our friends in the house as we wait for the courtroom to get busy. Hey, what's up? Haley's comments in the house. Haley's comment, thank you for that. Says, give a thumbs up, my friends. Been waiting all week for this. I know, it's been fun. And so let's not forget also, we're scheduled for summation arguments on Friday. So we're going to be back here live for basically closing arguments for an evidentiary hearing. And just for a quick recap, remember that this is like a miniature trial tucked into the underlying criminal trial. So this is like a sub-component. It's a little pausing and having kind of a miniature trial. I'm watching who's coming in. And so it feels like it's reversed a little bit. So Fani is the prosecutor. Nathan Wade, they are the prosecutors in this case. This is a criminal trial, and they are prosecuting. But because Ashleigh Merchant and the defense, they're trying to disqualify Fani, they carry the burden of proof. They have the burden to show why she should be disqualified. And so it kind of flips everything. In the underlying criminal trial, Fani's got the burden beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that they committed crimes. And so now that we're kind of paused and we're asking about Fani, the defense has the burden of proof. But a big question that we have is, what is that burden of proof, right? The government is going to say it should be a very high burden. It should be like beyond a reasonable doubt. It should be something where there's, absolute certainty that there was bias, a personal relationship, a benefit, malfeasance, and that it was material to all this. Must be like proven. And then the defense is going to say the opposite. They're going to say, no. We don't have to prove any actual conduct. They're going to say, we just have to show the appearance of an impropriety, something that shows that there is a conflict and bias in this case, and that low standard is enough to disqualify them. And there's been some other conversations and some other rumors that other DAs in Georgia do not want this case, and you could imagine why. Probably because there was no real actual legal work done on the underlying case. They've not done good work, and their lawyers don't even realize, they can't even figure out, the prosecutors, how the defense got their records in the first place. So more people are piling in. Another prosecutor sat down at the table. We have Michael J. Smith, who we can see is down on the bottom right. Looks like a new face to us. All rise. Put your phone down.
Thank you all. Please be seated.
All right, McAfee's here. Steve Sadow zooming it in.
All right, we are back on the record with 23 SC 188947. If we could have counsel starting with the state identify themselves for the record for the purpose of today.
Adam Abadi for the state, Your Honor.
There he is.
All right, and in order of the styling, let's start with former President Trump. I think we have Mr. Sadow on Zoom.
You do, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Steve Sadow for President Trump. We waive his presence, and I believe Ms. Little is also on Zoom. And
all right.
What's
okay,
up, Steve?
thank you, Mr. Sadow. On behalf of Mr. Giuliani.
Allyn Stockton on behalf of Mayor Giuliani. I think David Lewis and John Esposito may be on Zoom as well. And we waive his presence.
There we go. On behalf of Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, Jim Durham on behalf of Mr. Meadows, and he waives his appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. On behalf of Mr. Clark.
Attorney MacDougald, Your Honor, and he also waives his appearance.
Thank you, Mr. MacDougald. On behalf of Mr. Cheeley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Richard Rice, President Court. Chris Anulowitz is on Zoom, and Mr. Cheeley waives his presence.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Roman.
Good afternoon, Judge Ashleigh and John Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman, and he waives his presence.
Yeah,
all right, on behalf of
Ashleigh in
Mr.
the
Shafer.
house.
Greg Gillen and Anthony Lake on behalf of Mr. Shafer, and he waives his presence.
On behalf of Mr. Floyd.
Morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Kachouroff and Mr. Floyd. We also waive Mr. Floyd's appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Kachouroff. And on behalf of Ms. Latham. Anybody here on behalf of Ms. Latham? All right, I know before we'd had Mr. Cromwell, and I had not heard anything from him. I don't know if any other parties
Judge
have
sounds
as well.
sick.
I believe Mr. Cromwell is in a deposition in South Georgia. That's all I know.
All right.
There's a Zoom participant, Mr. Cromwell.
Looked like he joined.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Mr. Cromwell, can you hear us?
Judge have a little cold or something? Sounds
All
a little
right. Well, we'll
congested.
keep an eye on that to see if he does join us. And we'll take it up as it comes. So, just a few preliminaries. First of all, I'm a bit under the weather, so I'll try to speak up, but if anyone can't hear me, just let me know.
There
I'll
you
try to
go.
talk close to the microphone. But we are here today, the sole purpose of which is that at the conclusion of the hearing on February 16th, I announced that I'd be meeting with Mr. Bradley in camera to assess the validity of his assertion of attorney-client privilege. I've now been able to do that, and I also allowed Mr. Wade the opportunity to weigh in and respond as well. And after considering the testimony, not only in camera, but also of what came out at the hearing, I found that neither Mr. Wade nor Mr. Bradley had met their burden of establishing that the attorney-client privilege applied, specifically as it relates to Mr. Bradley's knowledge of any relationship that existed between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Wow.
And particularly that it wasn't established that his specific knowledge came about in furtherance of legal advice.
Wow.
So having made that determination, I didn't see any other choice but to allow the parties to have an opportunity to explore that topic with him.
Let's go. Let's go.
Really, in my mind, it's that topic only. I think that if there's anything else we've already covered, I'm not here to do it again. So with that, is there anything else we need to cover before kicking that off?
Relationship is fair game.
Mr. Wade, he's still a potential witness, I would assume. And so he needs to still be excused. We can go through continuing.
Okay. Sequestration.
I believe Mr. Wade was released from his subpoena when we concluded his testimony at the last hearing. So unless he's been resubpoenaed, and I have no knowledge of that, he has every right to be present.
Sure. I think procedurally that would be accurate. And so I at this point, I don't see a means where he would need to be recalled. And but if it is, then that is something you can take up.
Okay, so Nathan will
All
stay
right.
in the room. Ashley
Mr.
tried to
Bradley,
throw
through
him
his
out.
attorney, had informed me that he would be here today in person. I don't see him in the gallery. Do we know if he's out in the hallway? Okay. All right. If we could call for Mr. Bradley.
Okay, so the privilege, the pro talk about Bradley, any communications between Bradley and Nathan Wade.
Sit in the jury bar.
That's fine. All right, Mr. Bradley, Deputy Scott will swear you in again.
In other words, he can talk about the relationship. If he talked to Nathan Wade about the Fani Willis relationship, they can ask questions about that. That was not protected by attorney-client privilege.
Terrence Bradley, Terrence Bradley, Bradley.
It's go time.
Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Sorry, under these circumstances. I'm going to just go straight to where we left off before. Fani Willis and Nathan Wade were in a romantic relationship, correct?
Correct.
And it began at the time that they were both municipal court judges, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, based on privilege. That was covered in the attorney.
Okay, overruled.
Overruled.
I do not have knowledge of it starting or when it started.
Terrence, you told me that it started when they were both municipal court judges, though, correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay.
You never
Send a text.
confirmed in writing that it was instead of magistrate court, it was in municipal court when they started dating?
If you're speaking of the text message, you can go to that text message and you can read that text message, and I will
Wow.
explain the text message to you. But you and I did not have a conversation about when it started. You asked a compound question of magistrate court versus, you said it was magistrate court, you said magistrate court conference, I'm sorry. And
Just
then you asked
answer,
another
man.
question. I said, no, municipal court, nothing else.
I'm referring to a different conversation. I asked you, do you think it started before she hired him?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This was covered in the previous hearing where Mr. Bradley said he had no personal knowledge of the exact text that Ms. Merchant is speaking of and actually used in an attempt to refresh his recollection. And he explained exactly what he's explaining here before the court. So this is repetitive and unnecessary. And so I would object to asked and answered and relevance at this point.
All right, perhaps we'll get there, but I think first, Ms. Merchant has the right to draw his attention to the exact, potentially inconsistent
Judge.
statement.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach him?
So overruled. You may.
Yeah, so looking like Terrence is not going to be
It's the ones I gave you at the last. time.
amiable to the defense.
And for purposes of the record, believe, Ms. Merchant, you tendered, was it the entire text chain as an exhibit?
I only tendered a few of the texts, but I did give the state their courtesy copies last time of the exhibits.
Was this one tendered?
This one was not tendered.
All right.
And I'm happy to tender it.
Well, just take it as it comes, whatever you.
We're at, I think we're at 39. I will wait to mark it, but I think we're at 39. May I approach, Judge?
Okay, so Terrence is going to still be combative, and Ashleigh's going to have to go the hard way here. He could just be open and answer the questions, but she's going to have to impeach him like on every one. No, what are you talking about? I didn't say municipal. Like the same thing. Like, what's the difference of a receipt versus a statement? Right? He's going to play around and play hardball on all these, and Ashleigh's going to have to go through this and just keep reminding him about this.
So Terrence, do you remember telling me that it started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton?
I see the message there, but I don't recall. I do see that message, but I do not recall.
You don't recall texting this?
I look back at my text messages through that we've had. I see that message, but I do not recall that. No, ma'am.
He just is.
And when I asked you
dumb.
if you thought it started before she hired him, and you responded absolutely.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the source of the information that Mr. Bradley allegedly gathered this from. There's been absolutely no
can't believe
foundation.
it, man.
And based on the arguments at the last hearing, that a lot of this is based on
He's
gossip,
doubling down.
innuendo, assumption, and privileged information. And at this point, Ms. Merchant has not provided a foundation as to how Mr. Bradley would have any information that she keeps referring to.
Judge,
All right. I think that's, go ahead, Ms. Merchant.
I didn't ask him about the source of the information. And under Rule 621, I can impeach him with any inconsistent facts. This is an inconsistent fact. I can impeach him with any contrary facts.
Sure.
This is a
Why would
contrary
it
fact.
be a relevant impeachment if he actually has no personal knowledge of this?
If he doesn't.
Sure.
have
So
personal
I think you have to lay that foundation then, so that'll be sustained.
Do
Guy,
you remember telling me that it began?
Well, that doesn't address the issue.
I'm not, I was just asking if you remember telling me as opposed to the
Okay,
text.
sure.
Do you remember telling me that it began?
Well, no, and then you're going into the substance of it, which we haven't determined whether he actually knows or how he knows.
You told me, in fact, you corrected me when I said magistrate court. You corrected me and said it was municipal court. Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
Same objection, Your Honor.
This is the exact same issue, right?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
asking if he remembers that. He hasn't answered that question yet.
right, but the relevance of whether he remembers it isn't established until we know how he remembers it or why he knows it. If that makes sense. I guess not.
Sorry, how he knows it? I'm just asking if he told me that.
Right.
So I wasn't asking how he knew that. I wasn't asking the source of that knowledge. I was asking if he told me that. That was it.
But that's the point.
Okay,
is
got
how
a
he
note
knows
from
it.
Right.
The source of his
Mr.
knowledge,
Merchant.
the state would contend is hearsay because it's gossip and innuendo, which is what was indicated the last year.
Well, it may not be hearsay. It may not be gossip. We haven't really gotten there yet. We don't know how he knows what apparently he's telling her. And I think we need to figure that out before we can go any further.
Yes, and if the source of the information is a witness who've testified, then it's not hearsay. So when did the relationship start?
I cannot answer that.
When was your first knowledge of the relationship?
Objection, Your Honor. He's already answered that question multiple times today. He said he has no idea the timeline or when it occurred. That was one of the first questions that Ms. Merchant asked.
I didn't ask when, I asked his first knowledge. He testified he has knowledge that they had a relationship. I asked him when he first got knowledge of that.
Okay. So if the question is, when did you first get knowledge? I think we can start there.
That was the question, yes.
All right.
Thank you. When did you first get knowledge of their relationship?
I've said over again
come on,
that
man.
I didn't have any personal information where I could personally say when it started. I've said that time and time again. So I don't know when the relationship started.
Just going to play dumb all day.
So my question is, when did you first gain knowledge? I didn't ask the source of the knowledge, didn't ask you to comment on the validity of the knowledge. I asked when you first had knowledge.
We'll get to the how, Mr. Abadi. So I'll note the objection, overrule it. You can answer that.
And just for the record, and I appreciate Your Honor, but he said he had no personal knowledge, so he had to gain the knowledge not from hearsay.
He could have gained it from
Sure.
Mr. Wade.
Well, I mean, most of us learn things from hearsay. The question of whether it's admissible, right? And that's what we got to get to. So
I apologize.
When did you first get knowledge? I'm not qualifying what type of knowledge. I'm just asking when you first knew about the relationship.
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, so I can't give you a date if you're asking for a date. If you're asking me, how did I get the knowledge? It would have come directly from my client.
Right.
So help me understand.
I think you say you can't answer that question. You don't know the date. So that's the answer to the question.
But I said that 5 minutes ago.
We have to make it clear.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Next question, Ms. Merchant.
So you don't know the specific date.
No.
Do
You know
you
the
know
year?
if can we narrow down the timeline? Did you gain knowledge in 2019 of this relationship beginning?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning as he said he does not know
Sure.
when he gained
All right.
knowledge.
He doesn't know the specific
That's
date.
fine, Ms. Merchant. I think I'm overruling that. I think we can try to see if he can narrow it down based on goalposts.
Thank you.
19, I would probably say no. I mean, I don't have anything that I'm
Whether they're in a relationship or not. Come on.
there wasn't a specific date. There wasn't a football game. There wasn't something that I can attribute to him telling me whatever.
Were they
And
together or
so
not?
you're asking for a date, you're asking for a year, it's still a date. And at this time, I am telling you that I do
Wild.
not have the date.
Let's try this then. So you received a contract from Ms. Willis, January 2021, correct?
Can I see the,
Um,
Yes,
I
yes,
think
I think
the
so.
Exhibits are, I think, okay.
I think if it was from the exhibits, I think it was 21, yes.
And I don't want to belabor the point, you did those
Yes.
when you were here before.
Yes.
If those documents that you looked at last time
Yes,
said January 2022, that's, okay.
21. I
I'm
didn't,
sorry, 21, you're right, thank
and it
you.
was, I think, renewed in 22.
It was, yes. So the contract date
Remember,
was,
he just
that
came
we
back
have in
all
the
of a
record is
sudden.
January 25th, 2022.
Yeah, it came back.
So using that date, at that point, had they begun their romantic relationship?
Of 2022,
January 25th, 2022, 2021, I'm sorry. When you got your first contract?
Were they together? You know. Say it.
I don't recall,
Yeah, of course not.
I don't recall any specific dates.
Playing dumb all
No, ma'am.
day. Amazing.
You remember when you got that contract though, correct?
I remember I had the contract, yes.
Okay. And you told us
Yeah.
last week, or I guess it was the week before now, you told us that Mr. Wade brought you that contract, essentially told you about that contract.
That is correct.
So Ms. Willis is not the one that brought that contract to you directly. It was Mr. Wade.
That is correct.
At that point in time, they were already engaged in a relationship though,
I'm going to
correct?
object, Your
I
Honor.
can't say that.
Characterization of what Mr. Bradley just said. He just said he does not remember. There's nothing specific.
He doesn't remember the exact date. And I think the question now is to reference it or tie it to maybe some other event that he might remember.
I agree with Your Honor. She asked that specific question. He said he does not remember any specific dates after signing the contract. That's exactly
Sure.
what he just said. This is
All
asked and answered.
I know, and we're getting to the end of it. So, Ms. Merchant, you don't have much more to pull on here, but he answered that last question. So what's your next one?
And Judge, I didn't hear the answer if they were in a relationship January 25th,
Mr.
2021.
Bradley, do you recall the question?
I recall the question, and I can't tell you accurately whether or not they were in a relationship at the time. You asked me about him bringing me a contract. I said he did bring me a contract, and that is accurate.
Do you remember knowing Ms. Willis prior to her taking office as the DA?
I had very little contact with Miss Willis. I knew her through my business of coming down to Fulton, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
You knew her through the business. So you had met her prior to your contract?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point as to why we're here today.
Sure.
Judge, he doesn't remember much of anything right now.
Yeah,
And
weird.
so I'm trying to create a timeline to hopefully piece this together.
Ask about the
All right,
relationship.
well,
Ask about kissing, hugging, holding hands.
I'm not seeing really the likelihood that that's going to have any success. I'll let you ask a few more questions, but if he doesn't have a date, then I don't know
Did
that
you
you're
ever
going to
see
be able
them
to
kiss
create
or
one
hold
today.
hands?
Okay,
Did you ever see
thank
them
you.
kiss? When? because they're getting caught up on relationship. We want indicia of a relationship. He's going to say, I don't know when the relationships are complicated. You know, when do they start? I don't know.
So the time that you had this contract from January 2021 until January 2022, did you come in and out of the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you able to witness Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis interact during that time?
I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered. It was addressed at the last hearing about
Maybe that's where we're going.
Bradley's access to and from a specific room to pick up files. And Mr. Bradley said that he rarely saw them together.
Yeah, but you couldn't ask questions about other things because
I think the only avenue that was closed at the last hearing was his personal knowledge, potentially through, well, actually, no, if he testified, it was that he had no personal knowledge. It's knowledge that conveyed to him that was cut off at the last hearing. That's really the only thing we hadn't been able to explore, unless you correct me if I'm wrong.
Knowledge that was conveyed to him by
Somebody else. That's that he claimed at the time was privilege. I found that it's not. That's what we're here to explore.
Okay.
Yeah, this is tough for the defense.
Do you remember telling me that not many people knew where they met?
I'm going to object as to relevance, as to his personal knowledge, which is what 602 requires.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the same point, Ms. Merchant.
His personal knowledge is what I'm asking him what he told me.
But he hasn't yet told you how he knows that. And so unless you can establish why he should be testifying on this at all, then there's no relevance.
And I don't know how he knows that. That would be
Then
the
ask
next
him.
That would be the next question.
But ask him how he knows it.
I first have to establish that he said that.
No, you don't. You could go the other way around.
Okay.
When you told me that it started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton, where did you gain that knowledge from?
Well, I'm going to object because his testimony a few minutes ago that he did not recall making that statement.
I'll overrule that. Mr. Bradley, answer the question if you can.
No, he can't remember anything.
Repeat the question.
Yeah, he doesn't
When
know
you told
anything.
me that their relationship started when she
Wild.
left the DA's office
This guy's
and
a
was
lawyer.
a judge in South Fulton, where did you obtain that knowledge from?
I was speculating.
Okay.
I didn't have a, no one told me I was speculating.
No one
Wild.
told you that?
No one told me that.
You were speculating based on things that had been told to you or things you had observed?
So I'm going to object as to the nature of this line of questioning because the witness has made it clear he was speculating as to how or what he knew. And if it's speculation, it's inadmissible before this court.
All right, but the motivations for his reason for speculating would be admissible, so I'll overrule that.
Thank you, Judge. Was this speculation when you told me that? Was that based on things that had been told to you and things that you had witnessed?
I never witnessed anything. So,
Wild.
you
This guy
know,
has
it
no knowledge
was
of anything.
speculation. I can't tell you
Totally
anything
lacking in
specific,
credibility.
if that's what you're asking.
Guys, just
Anything specific as to why you speculated about that?
No, this was however many years ago. I mean, I don't recall, but no, I don't.
Did you have any reason why?
I don't know if speculation is lying, but
Well, let me just show me where in this text it says you're speculating. or
you didn't ask me if I was speculating or guessing.
I didn't ask you, but tell me if it says anywhere here that
No,
this is
it-
speculation.
If this is the same one that you just showed me, it does not.
And you're welcome if you need to look at your text. Is there anywhere in here that indicates that you didn't have knowledge of that
No.
relationship?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The line of questioning Your Honor directed counsel to explore is where he got the knowledge. She's explored that. He said it's speculation and he didn't get it from any source other than his own speculation.
Sure,
So
I think we're flushing that out, and I think it's her right to have a little leeway on this if he's
he just
an
made
adverse
it up.
witness.
I don't know where it came from.
These speaking objections are clearly coaching the witness because he's regurgitating.
Your Honor, I I
What-
object and take offense to that comment. I'm
cry
objecting based
harder,
on the
Adam.
law, and I'm making a record for the court.
All right.
So I take offense
Ask
to
for
that comment.
sanctions
It's
again.
not the case.
All right, well, I think we can
Whiner.
start with objection, the grounds, and the rule number, and then if I need more, I'll ask.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Adam.
All right.
Keep
Thank
it
you.
simple.
What did Nathan tell you about the relationship?
Objection, hearsay.
Nathan has testified. It's
Yeah.
not hearsay.
It's still hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement being brought in for the truth of the matter asserted. So hearsay.
Judge,
All right. Yeah, this would be for impeachment by contradiction, which would
Thank
be an
you.
exception to the hearsay rule, and admissible as substantive evidence, and the privilege issues are overruled.
thank you, Judge.
Judge just educated the government. See how that's happening here? The judge is not happy about this.
Well, I think you just overruled the privilege objection, but we don't know when he's talking about. So we've already established the December
Right.
2018 privilege.
Sure, and that's something I covered in the in-camera hearing, and I'm, based on what he told me in that in-camera hearing, I don't believe any statements to this effect were covered by privilege.
Yeah, sit down,
And Judge,
guys.
I just want for the record, because sometimes the record doesn't reflect where people are looking, and that when I ask a question, Mr. Bradley is looking at Mr. Wade and his lawyer to wait for them to object, and they're clearly interacting somehow in the court. So I
Wow.
just want the record to reflect that because
Thank
it
you,
wouldn't
Ashleigh.
otherwise.
It's there now.
Thank you.
A question was put to you, Mr. Bradley.
Judge, one of my lawyers is sitting right in the back, that's
We don't have to go down
behind.
that rabbit hole. You can look wherever you want.
Yeah, and I'd never looked at Mr. Wade or
Wade
his attorneys.
stood up too.
That sounds true.
All right. Mr. Bradley, question was put to you.
Repeat the question, please.
Yes.
Gosh.
So I showed you, or I asked you, I'm sorry, the last question I asked you was, what did Nathan Wade tell you about the relationship?
Same objection, Your Honor.
And that's already been ruled upon.
I recall him stating
Here we go.
that at some point they were dating. I can't tell you what date that was.
Oof.
It was
Of course
made
you
in
can't.
confidence. We were in the back of our office. Our offices were the only two in the back. There was no one else present.
Great. Let's dig
That
into
is
that.
all I can tell you at this time.
Great. So you were in your office.
One time?
One time.
You only had a conversation with him one time about the relationship?
Asked and
Objection,
answered.
asked and answered.
Sit
No, I
down.
think that's a clarify for a thorough and sifting cross. Ms. Merchant.
Sit down.
I do not recall any other time that he mentioned that they were in a relationship. No.
Huh. What year was that? Terrence? Was it before 2022? They said it started 2022.
Okay. So you talked about this one time, and you said you don't know when it was though, correct?
That is correct.
Was it before Mr. Wade, before you got the contract in Fulton County? Let's start with that.
I do not recall.
Oh,
And
come
how
on.
did it come up?
Say again.
How did it come up?
I do not recall how it came up. It was in the back. I know where it occurred. In our offices in the back. I can't tell you what we were discussing prior to that.
We got some good questions.
Did you receive an email from me on January 6th with a motion attached?
I think I did, yes.
Yes, you
Yes,
did.
I know I
Yes,
received
you know you
I don't know
did.
if the date is January
Yes.
6th, but yes, I received that.
Yes, you did.
So you remember receiving that?
Yes.
It's the date. And you reviewed it, and then you and I spoke about it. Do you recall that?
Dig hard there, Terrence. It's in there. Come on.
Did we speak over the phone or are you saying through a text?
That's what I'm asking you. If you
I
recall
can't
speaking-
remember whether it was
Did we talk
text
at
the
all?
phone or
But you recall us speaking, one way or another.
one way or another, yes.
There, good. Easy. That was
and
easy.
Where I was trying to confirm the facts in that filing.
I think I remember there was a line of about the accuracy of how much money that my office, the law office of Terrence Bradley, have received. and whether or not that was going to be in the motion or not.
So a small subset.
Discrepancy. I had kept that out. You asked me to step back in, correct?
I recall you,
He wanted his law firm getting screwed to be a part of the record.
that may be accurate, yes.
He didn't get paid.
And you thought, because you thought it might be suspicious if you were left out of the motion.
No, I think,
Man, what happened to this dude? He was team merchant.
we discussed that it should reflect the accuracy, because the accuracy was that I received, I had a contract and received 74,000. And I think you had put in there that Mr. Campbell had received a certain amount, and then you also had put in there that Mr. Wade had received a certain amount. But there was not anything in there originally, and I said that it needed to be accurate. I needed to be accurate as far as that I had received 74,000. That's
Right.
correct.
Because you did not want anyone knowing that you had talked to me.
I'm gonna object this to relevance.
Be biased. Overruled.
Overruled.
I wanted you to be accurate as far as the accuracy of our message or your filing.
Okay, so that was your interest was in accuracy in the filing.
I didn't reach out to you and say, send me a copy of your motion.
Right.
I didn't reach out to you to say that I'm going to be in your motion
But you read it.
Right.
And you
I
wanted
asked you
corrections.
to review it for accuracy.
for accuracy. And I just stated that it was inaccurate.
And the inaccuracy that you pointed out was the thing about or how much you had made.
That was the inaccuracy that I saw that jumped out, was the fact that I saw that I was left out when you
Were there other inaccuracies
put-
in there?
the firm, the money wise. I did not, when I responded to that, it was for that specific reason.
Okay. And I agreed I would put that back in, that section back in, and I did.
Correct.
I did put it back in and I sent it to you again.
What a good lawyer. Nice, Ashleigh. Well done.
I don't recall getting a second email from you, no.
But you were happy that I put it back in, or that I agreed to put it back in.
I'm gonna object this to relevance.
Yeah, we need to get to more material aspects.
Yes, Judge, I'm moving along, I promise. So you did ask me to put that back in.
Again,
Well,
asked and answered
oh, yeah.
relevance.
Well, he didn't answer that last question, so overruled.
Can you confirm you did ask me to put that back in for it to be accurate?
Yes, that's correct. I said that.
And did you ask me to
yes.
take anything out?
And then I asked you if everything was accurate and you said, looks good,
Busted.
correct?
I recall you asking that, but the looks good was applying to the
Only-
accuracy of the 74,000. That's it.
Yeah, right.
So
Oh,
when you
gosh.
reviewed the motion and you specifically pointed out that one thing that you found inaccurate, you didn't point anything else out that you
No,
found
you
inaccurate
didn't.
in that motion though, correct?
No, I did not.
I only read the one sentence.
And that motion alleged that their relationship began when Miss Willis was in municipal court.
If I can reread the motion,
Yeah,
but
read it.
I don't recall, but if that's what it says.
Yeah.
But I did my saying
only
that it
cared-
looks good was when you put back in the 74,000 into your motion.
Yep.
And that wasn't what I was asking. What I was asking is, you didn't tell me that there was anything else inaccurate in the motion though, right?
Nope. Just
But I didn't state that anything was accurate other than the 74,000.
Now, when I told you that I had this motion that I was preparing, you asked me to send a rough draft.
No, that's incorrect.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Which page are you showing?
He
Is
said
there
that
not
with
page
some
number? It's
very big
January
force.
6th.
I just see it.
Yeah, of course. I can show you if you saw the text.
Okay, so Ashleigh sends him a copy of the motion to dismiss. He basically ratifies it. Okay, he goes through, reads it. The only thing is this little sentence. Can you please fix this sentence? Okay, done. How does this look? Looks good. All right, so all of the other substance in there is true. He says it looks good. And she made many of the same allegations that now he has a difficult time remembering. And he is suddenly, man, he's a lawyer, pretty smart guy, practiced law, represented a bunch of clients, got a contract from Fulton County,
So,
but can't remember
we've
anything.
been talking and you asked me to send you a rough draft and I told you, okay, but I didn't want it to be leaked before I filed it. Right?
That is correct. That is correct.
So you're the one that asked me to send a rough draft.
What happened
Yes,
to
that's
this
correct.
dude?
Yes, that's correct.
That was at 10:08 on Saturday, January 6th. And then you got an email from me with that rough draft at 10:25 that same day, correct?
Yes.
If you need to look at it, I can.
If it says 10:25, then I know you sent me an email.
While he's looking at it, I'm going to object us to ask and answer. We've been through the fact that she sent him a copy of the motion, whether he specifically said rough draft or not, and then asked about the accuracy. He's explained his answer, and I've would object to ask and answer. So
Understood, Mr. Vaughn. We're getting there. Overruled for now.
Yeah.
And then I responded when we were talking about that footnote that we were just talking about. I said, I took it out, but I can add it back. And you said, yes, add it back. Do you remember that?
I answered that, yes.
And then I said, anything else, anything that isn't accurate? And you responded, looks good. Do you recall that?
Let me see the.
Here it is, Terrence.
And there, I don't know where the exhibits are.
You just looked at
they're
it.
admitted.
It makes him look so bad. I mean, he can't remember all this stuff. It's like right in front of his face. He's just being squirrely on the bench.
It says looks good, but as I stated before, I was responding to
Only
you putting me
sentence.
back into the motion for receiving $74,000 in a contract.
Yeah.
This says, you said, yes, add it back. And then I said, anything else, anything that isn't accurate. And you responded, looks good. So you weren't responding to put it back in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I
This is
know.
not his motion. He wasn't the affiant of the motion or verified.
Overruled, Mr. Body.
Talking about personal knowledge, Judge.
I've said
No personal knowledge.
twice.
Overruled, Mr. Body.
I've said twice
down,
that the
Adam.
looks accurate was, or I've said more than twice, was for the 74,000.
Okay, I think the judge knows this dude's lying and
Do you remember telling me about
why he's giving.
Nathan and Fani coming to your office and spending time together at your office?
No, I mentioned, I do recall testifying on the 16th that she had come to our office.
And that was before she was elected as district attorney, correct?
Wow,
I recall that was
Would've been-
when she was district attorney,
18 or 19.
because I said that there was a meeting held at my office.
And who was at that meeting?
Now, I can't tell you that. I don't recall.
But you know, Miss Willis was there, Mr. Wade was there.
It was at our office. Actually, Miss Willis was there and there were other people there. Mr. Wade was not in that meeting. He was in the back. I wasn't even in that meeting.
So
Why did she hold it at your office then?
I have no idea.
as the DA, is that on her calendar?
You also remember telling me about them spending time together at her law office before she took her job.
Yes.
I don't recall.
Before
Do you?
She was big fan.
I don't recall. Do you have something to?
Well, what I'm asking is, let's back up a sec. So Ms. Willis rented a law office from the Evans firm, or Andrew Evans and another lawyer, I think Stacy Evans. You have knowledge of that, correct?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Well,
How does he know the information? That would be the correct question.
okay. Ms. Merchant?
I don't really know even how to respond to that. Hearsay, I'm asking if he knew that she rented.
Yeah,
office space.
he may have been there. He may
Right.
have, may have seen a business card or something at some point. I think you can answer that.
I've never been to Miss Willis's office when she was in private practice. I've never dealt with where she rented. I didn't even know where her office was. So
Do you remember, though, knowing that she rented an office?
yes,
From the Evans?
yes,
You did know
that's,
that?
that,
Thank
that
you.
is correct. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling me that Mr. Wade and Miss Willis would rendezvous at that office?
Yeah. What does that mean?
I'm gonna object
Rendezvous.
to, again, hearsay as to how he knows that information. He said he has no personal knowledge. And
He did
just-
not say he has no personal knowledge, Judge. He hasn't even answered it.
No, he said in general, he had no personal knowledge. So it's not been established the source of how he would know this because he said he's never been to her office.
All right. Ms. Merchant, if you, I know you're trying to impeach him by a prior inconsistent statement, but unless you can first back up and show why each statement is actually something that he had knowledge of, I don't know if this is going to be relevant.
And Judge, I'm not even there yet, but again, that a speaking objection, and so now I would anticipate what our response is going to be next. I didn't ask anything that was objectionable, but these objections are coaching the witness. I asked if he had knowledge. That's it. I didn't ask, did someone say this to you? I didn't ask, what did this person tell you? I asked if he knew.
Well, no, you're asking if you had knowledge, and then you say of something specific. So
Once I get an answer to that, if he has knowledge, then I will follow up with where that knowledge came
all
from.
right, well, let's try again.
So my question is, do you have knowledge of them meeting at that office?
Objection, foundation.
Okay, all right, overruled.
Do you have knowledge of them meeting at that office?
I have no personal knowledge if that's what you're asking.
I didn't ask that yet. I asked if you have any knowledge.
Objection, that would be
Oh,
hearsay.
Overruled.
Not if it came from
We
Mr.
don't
Wade,
know where it
Judge.
came from. So he said, how do you know, Mr. Bradley?
How do you know?
Any knowledge that I would have received would have come from my client at the time.
Okay, so you had knowledge of this place that Miss Willis worked. What did you know about them meeting at that office?
Objection,
so-
hearsay.
It's not hearsay,
Overruled.
Judge.
Yeah, this is a good
How he
question.
knows it, and then you ask the next question.
All right, he's already asked the next question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. How do you have knowledge? What knowledge well, you just told us. You told us Mr. Wade told you. So tell us what Mr. Wade told you about Miss Willis and Mr. Wade meeting at the Evans office.
Not her DA office. Nathan and Fani.
Objection, Your Honor, privilege. This clearly covers the time after December 2018 that would be covered by.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, overruled.
Yeah, get out of here. Already decided. So Nathan and Fani were cavorting and rendezvousing at her
You
office
recall the question, Mr. Bradley?
I do not.
before she
You
got
re-asked the
elected.
question, Ms. Merchant.
What did you learn from Mr. Wade? Because we've clarified that's where you learned it from.
Busted.
About Mr. Wade and Miss Willis meeting at the Evans office together.
Before she got elected. Before 2022 for sure. Come on. Nathan, we know what Nathan told
Asked
you.
and answered. He's testified they had
He
one
hasn't
conversation.
answered.
Sit
We
down.
haven't heard an answer.
He
Sit
testified he had one conversation
down.
with Mr. Wade in the
Yeah.
back of his law
Judge.
office.
Yeah, and his answer may change, so
Tip him
overruled.
off as to how to answer the question.
He's waiting
I
for his
can't
lawyers.
recall what the conversation was. I do recall knowing that he would go down to the office or
Uh-huh.
had been down to the office, but I can't tell you in what capacity or when or any
It's a
of that. No.
rendezvous, dude. They were
He told you
rendezvousing
that
all
they had
day.
Sex at that office, though, correct?
I don't recall him stating that, no.
You don't recall
No.
it. So it's possible he did say that. You just don't remember one way or another?
I do not remember him saying that.
Do you recall that he had a garage door opener to either a house or a condo or something like that of Miss Willis?
Whoa.
I've never seen a garage door opener I've never been to Miss Willis's house.
That's not what
I've never
she asked.
been to, and I'm trying to explain, I've never been. So no, I do not have any personal knowledge of him having a garage door opener. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't ask if you had personal knowledge, like as in you saw it. Do you have any knowledge at all from Mr. Wade or any source that he had a garage door opener to access one of Miss Willis's residence?
And I'll object to any source as to hearsay.
All right, depends on the source. Overruled.
No, I don't have any knowledge.
So when you told me that, did you just make it up?
Whoa.
Do you have something that shows that I told you that?
Yes, well, if we're going to go through all the texts we can.
This guy,
But
man.
so was that made up though?
But I'm gonna object because I don't.
I don't recall him having.
Mr. Bradley, just a
I'm gonna
second.
object under 106 as the rule of completeness. I don't have that text message or any text messages that indicate that, Your Honor.
And I don't have, if it was a text, we had that conversation. I actually think it was when he was on speakerphone and Mr. Merchant was there, but I'm not sure. But I mean,
Okay.
if I'm asked to qualify exactly where that's from, I would.
Okay, so rule of completeness would be if you need to introduce other text to show the context. If you're saying you haven't seen a copy yet, then I think Ms. Merchant needs to do that before you can
And I don't
decide your
have-
next step.
And that's what I was asking him. If that was something he just remembers making up. If he doesn't, then that's fine. But
She referenced text messages and started to go into her packet of papers.
Sure.
That have text.
So you don't have a text message to that?
I would need some time to look through, and I don't remember if I have a text to that or if it was during a conversation. It was one of those.
All right, well,
And
he has now said that he has no knowledge, so on to your next question.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade tell you about the trips that he and Miss Willis took?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of the trips that he and Miss Willis took?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Gosh, keep trying it, guys.
I do now.
Okay. But you did not before this proceeding?
I did not know until you text that you found that in the deposition of his divorce. I mean, not deposition, but something from his divorce.
Okay. And when you responded, doesn't surprise me, they took many trips to Florida, Texas, California. Those are your words though, right?
I'm gonna object as to relevance. He said he did not know and he actually learned from Ms. Merchant the information.
He said he learned about certain trips from Miss Merchant.
Okay, you can tie it down, but
Thank you.
we'll
He
see.
had no
This guy,
information
man,
on any
is-
trip that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took. That he learned it all from Ms. Merchant. That was his testimony.
Sure.
Judge, I'm
Maybe the
allowed,
conclusion we reach. I think she can ask more than one question, though. All right, Ms. Merchant.
and if Judge, just so we can be clear, if he said more than one version, that's all relevant. We're allowed to talk about the different versions that he's told.
All right, I've overruled the
Thank
objection,
you.
Ms. Merchant.
Do you remember telling me that it didn't surprise you that they took the trips that I found in the divorce file because they took many trips to Florida, Texas, California? And then you told me that they took the trip to California when she moved her daughter there because she failed out of FAMU. Do you remember that?
Whoa.
I don't recall that, but if I don't recall.
Okay. Judge, may I approach? It's
He can't remember anything, man.
You may.
Wow.
it's in one of the ones I gave you.
Something happened to this guy, man. He was very team Merchant. He was telling them everything, right? He totally agreed, even reviewed the motion. And now something flipped. He's sitting there looking at Nathan Wade in the courtroom and is suddenly brain dead, mostly. Can't remember anything. He's a lawyer, bar exam, law school, representing clients. Fani thought he was so smart, gave him a contract. Now he can't remember
Look at that. Let me know
anything.
if it refreshes your memory.
Here's another text message that you sent to us.
So when that,
So just first, let me know if that refreshes your memory.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So it's true that you told me that they took many trips to Florida, correct?
Per that, yes, but one of the messages is cut off, and
Oh,
you
my
asked
gosh.
about some other trips, and I said, no, I didn't, I think. And that was specific to, at the top of that, it says, no, I didn't.
Yes.
And so that was to the trips that you asked me about. And I think before that, when you mentioned that you found all these trips, I think I said, oh, wow. And
You did not know about all the trips that were taken, and you qualified it. You said, no, I didn't. When did it happen? And then the next text, which I can get, or you can look at your phone or whatever refreshes your memory, you said was after you left, after the firm was dissolved, correct?
Subject to relevance.
Overruled.
It was after the firm, the trips that you said, no, you didn't know about. You told me those were after your firm had dissolved.
So he
correct?
left.
I think you mentioned that they were after I left, maybe, or
So why would you know? Because you
whenever
already
you
left.
found them, and I said, no, I didn't know about those trips. So
Okay.
So you believe I mentioned that it was after you left?
I'm quite sure you have the text message, and I will refresh my memory.
Is it easier for you to refresh your memory with your own phone or with my printouts of screenshots?
Well, you have the printout, so I'll go.
Judge, the reason I'm asking is because I'm getting objections that I've cut things off, and it's just the nature of how you have to print out screenshots. So in order to avoid that, I'm happy for him to refresh his memory with his own phone, if that would be.
Well, he
Well, I
probably
don't know if
deleted
he's
the
accepting your
messages.
offer or not, so you're gonna
Would
have to
that be
proceed.
easier for you?
You can just provide the documents.
Yeah,
Okay.
he deleted the messages, probably. That's why. Well, I don't have any of them. I thought it deleted them on both ends. Nope, doesn't work that way. So she's trying to get, pin down some dates and get a timeline on this. So, the firm dissolved at a certain period of time. And so if the firm dissolved and after that dissolution, you no longer have access to your bro talk or to your pro talk with Nathan Wade, then you wouldn't know about all of the other vacations that they're taking
I
after
have
the
some water,
fact.
Judge, please.
Yeah, let me see what I can do.
Yeah, he's a little bit parched. Not remembering things is a very difficult work. You're like, well, I'm working up a sweat here. I don't recall. I
Sorry,
don't
Judge, I'm just
recall.
trying to pull out all of the messages that he might need.
All right. Well, I don't really see, at some point, we're reaching the cumulative point where we don't need to go through an entire
Yeah.
6-month text chain. You're making the point that he'd made some comments to you along the way that led you to believe he had more knowledge than today he's testifying that he had. And so if you've hit the high points of that, then I don't know what else we can cover that actually moves the needle.
Okay, I'll move on to the actual trips then. So you told me that they took many trips to Florida. That refreshed your memory. Told me that. Was that based on your knowledge from Mr. Wade?
That would have been based on anything that my client would have told me. I didn't have personal knowledge of whether they went or not.
The trips to Texas, and you're the one who went to Texas. Was that based on your knowledge from Mr. Wade?
It would have been something that came from the client. I cannot tell you
Great, so it
that I have
happened.
any personal knowledge of any trip other than what would have been said by the client.
Good.
You went on these trips. I'm asking if you have knowledge from Mr. Wade. You also typed California. Was that something that you gained from knowledge from Mr. Wade?
It would have been from the client at this particular point. Yes, it would have been from the client.
And when you told me that the trip to California was to move her daughter out there, would that have been something you gained from Mr. Wade?
Thank you, Judge. Any knowledge that I have of any trip would have come from my client at the time.
All right, we got to pin it down on when the trips were now. Okay, why was Nathan at her office early before she was elected? Why were they traveling around
You told us
presumably
last
before
week
elected?
that Mr. Wade used your credit card one time. Do you know when that was?
I do not.
Relevance to why we're here today.
Well, I think this would be impeachment of Mr. Wade's testimony if Mr. Wade testified that he had never used anyone else's credit
That's
card
right, he
before.
did testify.
Asked him if he did because it was covered during the last hearing that he acknowledged that Mr. Wade used his credit card.
Judge,
So,
I asked when.
yes,
I did.
when, okay?
I didn't ask, did he? I asked, when did
Yeah,
he?
quiet down, Adam.
Let's go there.
I do not have any dates of when Mr. Wade used my credit card. I testified that we used the card for business and that throughout the business, we would order paper or supplies or filing of depositions. The cost factor of cases
Copy paper.
is what I said.
Law firms use a lot of
and
it.
that still applies today. Did he use my credit card? He did, but I can't tell you who he used that card, what the trip was for.
It was a trip?
I can't even tell you at this time where he went.
He used it for a trip.
Busted. She just,
Yeah, it was for a trip, but I can't tell you where, when,
Busted.
why, or anything to that nature. Correct.
And he paid paid you back in cash.
I never testified that he paid me back in cash. I said that he would either pay me back, I said I couldn't remember. I do not recall. Sometimes he would write checks, sometimes he would pay cash. And that still applies today, that I do not recall him paying me back cash, but I do recall him paying me back.
This was when you were still, before your partnership split up, correct?
It would have been before I left the firm, yes. He wouldn't have used my card after I left the firm.
So we can at least narrow down the dates to that.
Before I left the firm, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
When
great.
was that? Perfect.
And Mr. Wade gave you details about meeting Miss Willis in Hateville or East Point, as it was called.
That's incorrect.
He did not tell you about that.
He didn't give me details.
He did not tell you about meeting with Miss Willis at an East Point or Hateville apartment?
Come on, man. Terrence, be honest. Come on. He's like, me and Fani.
At this time, I don't recall.
No.
No, I don't recall.
Nope.
Where did you get that information from then?
He's testified he doesn't recall if he even had that information.
I asked if he got it from Mr. Wade, and he says he doesn't recall. So then I asked where he got it from.
I do not recall where I got the information from.
Okay. And you and Mr. Wade were friends as
Ridiculous,
well as
right?
business partners, correct?
We were friends in the sense of I've known him for years. Yes, we were friends.
And
Nathan
you
Wade's sitting
definitely
over
did not
there.
want to come and be a witness in this case, correct?
I can't believe it.
That is
a
correct.
Objection.
And it was after, and we talked about this earlier, that Gabe Banks called you and then Nathan Wade called one of your
Gabe.
friends. It was after that that you hired Mr. Chopra to assist you in this matter, correct?
So Gabe called to dissuade him. Nathan.
Was it after that?
Nathan's friend called him. He got 2 calls. You could have come clean today, Terrence.
So I hired Mr. Chopra and I hired Mr. Graham. Now, Mr. Graham is here, and when I received the subpoena, Mr. Graham was here at the last hearing, but he also had to go out of town, but he was present. Mr. Graham, I called, and I had started getting calls from media, and I told him to respond to the media, I think, and that was somewhere around whenever you subpoenaed me. So it was, I can't tell you that it was that instance of those calls for Mr. Chopra, but I had engaged Mr. Chopra and Mr. Graham at that time.
I'm going to ask the question again because I didn't get an answer to
Yeah.
it. After you got the phone call from Gabe Banks and from Nathan Wade to your
I think it was before that, but however, I think it was before that is what I'm stating.
when you got from Gabe Banks, you called me immediately. Well, actually, you texted me and then you called me.
I didn't call you immediately, but yes, we did speak.
Okay.
And you texted me about it as well.
That is correct.
Yep.
And then we spoke after Mr. Wade called your friend, and we talked about that as well, correct?
Wade's sitting right there.
That is correct.
And at that point, you didn't mention anything to me about being represented by Mr. Chopra.
But I didn't mention anything about Mr. Chopra or, that is correct.
Yes,
Yeah, great.
that was only my question. Let's see. I'm going to show you 2 more texts. They're in the ones.
All right, Ms. Merchant, we're going to do
This is the
5 more
last
minutes.
2 questions. Thank you.
3:05, I'm cutting you off.
Thank you.
All right, so we're still trying to pin down the timeline, right? We got some pretty good admissions out of Terrence Bradley. He confirmed, again, that Nathan Wade used his card. He confirmed it was for a trip.
May I approach?
He confirmed that happened while they were still business partners.
Text to refresh your memory, and then I want to ask you questions.
He confirmed he got pressure phone calls from Gabe, from Nathan to his friend, that he does not want to testify here. And a big one was that Fani and Wade met at Fani's office. And her office was the office that she had before she was the DA. So why, oh why, was Fani and Wade, why were they
Are these supposed to go together?
rendezvousing
Oh, these are two separate dates?
Different dates.
Okay, all right.
at her office if they were not in a relationship? Of course, the relationship, that would have been before she was elected. They said the relationship started in 2022 after she was elected. But all this stuff happened before then. She was at her private office, not the DA's office. Nathan Wade was there. They went on trips and used his credit card when they had their law firm together.
So I know we talked about the other occasions.
So when was that?
The text or just about the footnote. But do you recall me asking you, do you think it started before she hired him? And you said absolutely. Do you recall that?
I see that in the text message, yes.
Okay. And do you also recall me asking you how they would react if they would attack me? And you said, no, they will deny it.
Your Honor, objection as to speculation as to how he thinks they will react.
I think it goes to the motivations of the witness overall.
And you told me that they will deny it.
That's written in there, yes.
I
This
just
is
want
exactly what they're doing.
one last opportunity. You're an officer of the court, correct?
I am.
Yeah, right.
And you're under oath today.
I am.
Is there any of your testimony from today or the previous days that you want to correct?
That I want to correct?
Yes.
No, I've told you everything that I've answered everything that you asked.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Judge, just so co-counsel and the state can have them, for the record, I can admit those few that I showed, that would be.
Well, they weren't ever tendered,
And
so it's just for,
I didn't know if they wanted
right.
to use them, but I'll hold on to them.
if they need to be tendered at some point, then we can make them part of the record. All right, let me turn over to Mr. Sadow.
All right.
If you're with
Trump's
us on
lawyer.
Zoom.
Thank you, Hunter. I do have a few questions. First thing I'd like to know is whether the court reporter has defense exhibits 26 and 27 from the last.
We have a different court reporter this time. We had to have someone else fill in on such short notice, but I can potentially send those to you if you need them.
Well, I think I have working copies, but I want to make sure that the witness has a copy to look at.
All right, we can try to work through that logistical
I wonder if
challenge.
we're
This
gonna
is, you
get-
said 26 and 27?
I believe that's correct. And 26, I think, is the same text messages that Ms. Merchant was just asking about. It was 2 pages. I stapled it together, and it is dated January the 5th of this year.
All right. I can print off a copy now, but why don't we start off with the questions that you have?
Okay, because that's where I want to start. That's where I'm going to start, but I'll see what I can do to work through it.
It's not going to work? Here, I'll lean on to you.
All right.
Okay.
So trying to get some stuff printed out. Looks like the court clerk just ran back there to get something. Camera's moving around.
All right, Mr. Sadow, why don't we start with your question, and we'll see if we actually need to get a copy of those
Here we
exhibits
go.
in front of the witness.
Steve Sadow,
All right.
bottom right. Trump's lawyer. Let's move myself out
Mr.
of the
Bradley?
way.
Yes, I'm here.
All of a sudden, I've lost you on the screen.
They're moving the
There we go.
cameras around.
No, you're on the Zoom. You're on YouTube, but you're not on the Zoom itself. But not that I can see.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Well, we
and
wanna
I
see
think
you.
his visuals may be a little different, so
Yeah, we want
hold
to see
tight,
your
Mr.
face.
Sadow. We could try to correct that.
Yeah,
So
he was on. He was on when Miss Merchant was asking questions.
We need
Able
to
to
add a,
see you and him.
I know, we need to add a
Steve, go to-
spotlight.
Go to
Mr.
gallery mode. Go to
the
gallery
witness
mode.
stand and a spotlight to Mr. Sadow, and we don't need all the other boxes.
There we go. Thank you very much.
But we want to
Well, then
see
hold
you,
tight, Mr.
Steve.
Sadow. We need to add you as well.
Yeah, we want to see you, Steve Sadow. Let's get him going. You want to see the witness. You don't want to just hear the witness. In fact, this is a big question in law, right? Whether you
All right,
even
now
should
we're
have
ready.
remote
Thank you, sir.
testimony.
Mr. Bradley, you have referred to Mr. Wade as your client, correct?
Correct.
You understand that the court has ruled that communications that you had with Mr. Wade are not privileged, correct?
No, I'm aware that the court ruled that one specific dealing with the time frame of one specific conversation wasn't privileged.
Then I'm going to ask Your Honor, if it's that the limitation or
Excuse me. To clarify,
email-
I think, sure,
Sorry.
Mr. Sadow, you asked whether all communications with Mr. Wade, I think, were covered. That was not the extent of the ruling. The only ones that I deemed were not covered and that I'd asked about in the in-camera hearing, because those are the ones that were relevant, were any communications Mr. Wade made regarding the existence or non-existence of a romantic relationship with Ms. Willis.
Fine, thank you, Your Honor. I understand.
But not limited to a time period.
So going back to this line of inquiry, when you say you don't have personal knowledge, what I want to ask you to start with is very simple. Did you have communications with Mr. Wade about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis? It's a simple yes and no.
Come on.
Yes.
Yes. Good.
And is it your testimony that during the time you were representing him, which I understood started sometime in 2018, is that correct?
That's the time frame that I remember, yes.
Is it your testimony under oath that with regard to conversations with Mr. Wade about his relationship with Ms. Willis, that you only had one such conversation during the time you represented Mr. Wade?
Let's dig in.
One conversation of what? I apologize.
The only thing
broke up.
the only thing I'm asking about is that area that the court said is not privileged, which is the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. You've testified that during the time you represented Mr. Wade from 2018 on, that you only had one conversation with him in reference to the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade. Is that correct?
Totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. Yes.
One.
Okay, so out of the entire time we're talking about could be 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. When did you stop representing Mr. Wade?
It was a few months after I left the firm.
All right, give me the approximate time.
I left maybe June, July of 2022, maybe.
Okay.
So that would suggest that for, assuming it's 2018,
Perfect.
2018, 2019, 2020,
Good.
2021, and half of 2022, which is in the vicinity of 4 to 4.5 years, you're testifying under oath you had one conversation about a relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis. Is that correct?
Really? With your lawyer? With your client who's getting a divorce?
I don't recall having any other conversation with Mr. Wade about him and Miss Willis.
Amazing. You represented them in a divorce.
Is it your testimony then that you don't remember any other conversation, or there wasn't any other conversation besides the one?
An object is to ask and answer.
I think he's drilling down. I think that's a fair question overruled.
I don't recall. I would say it was the
Brain
one,
dead.
but I don't recall.
Doesn't work.
You testified that you did have communications with Mr. Wade about him visiting with Miss Willis at a condo or apartment, correct?
I don't think I testified that I had a conversation. I testified that any knowledge that I would have known anything about any condo would have come from that, but I don't recall a conversation about that. I do not recall a conversation about that.
Do you recall any other thing at this point in time under oath that would indicate when the relationship started between Mr. Wade and Miss Willis?
I do not know when the relationship started between Mr. Wade and Miss Willis. I cannot
So I'm
recall
gonna
that. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to drill down on that now, okay?
Yes, sir.
Here it comes. Get ready.
Mr. Wade was hired as the special prosecutor on November 1st of 2021. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
I have my contracts to show when I started. No one showed me the contract of when he started, but but if he has a contract for November 1st of 2021, then that's correct.
All right. I'm going to suggest to you that the record will reflect that the contract between Miss Willis and Mr. Wade was November 1st of 2021, correct? I want you just to accept that, okay? Is it your testimony that you don't know under oath whether or not there was a relationship between Mr. Wade and Miss Willis before the contract?
I do not recall any dates of when the relationship started. So whether you are pinpointing a date of when his contract started or not,
Can't remember.
I'm telling you, I did not recall any specific date that he flat out said anything about a relationship with Miss Willis.
Okay. Now I want to go, based on what you've just said, let's go to what was Defense Exhibit 26. Okay? In Defense Exhibit 26, which I showed you last time, was 2 pages of text messages between you and Miss Merchant, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the first page starts off by saying, Miss Merchant, like just date, don't hire him. Do you think it started before she hired him? You see that?
So they got him the exhibits, looking at text now. Hopefully he can remember.
Yes, I see it. Yes.
Yeah, good. There you go.
And your response to that was absolutely, correct?
I'm going to object, ask and answer in cumulative.
All right. So, Mr. Sadow, I do think we went through a lot of these texts.
We didn't go through this whole one.
Just a second, Mr. Sadow. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Sadow. Well, you said we didn't go through this particular one?
No, we stopped right there. I want to go.
No, I answered because
No,
this is the
there's no-
exact language that she just stated a few minutes ago. You can read it back
Okay, Mr.
in the
Sadow.
record.
Are you saying both of these 2 exhibits weren't already covered by Ms. Merchant?
It was not gone, this particular language was not gone into. I'm doing it based on the exhibit itself. Well, let's do it this way. I now move into evidence defense exhibit number 26.
All right, and I'd have to search through my notes, but does anyone recall that that one actually been tendered in a minute already?
No, it was only presented to your honor for you to take back into camera ex parte to speak with Mr. Bradley and his counsel.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Merchant is indicating that it was admitted.
I thought Mr. Sadow admitted it, but I'm organizing and putting them back in order. So I think it might be easier if I just admit the copies. Of the
All right.
We're all referring to.
All right, so Defense Exhibit 26 and 27 are being tendered.
Actually, only 26 at this time.
Excuse me. Okay, Defense Exhibit 6, any objection from the state?
26.
26.
I'm going to object as it relates to foundation and authentication. It was used to, during the last hearing for the purposes of refreshing his recollection. And it's my recollection is that it didn't refresh his recollection, but I would renew my objection as to asked and answered in cumulative.
Okay. As to foundation and authentication, I think Mr. Bradley has recognized them as texts that he sent and received. So I think I'd overrule on that basis any other objections to their admissibility from any other defense counsel, and seeing none. Defense Exhibit 26 is now admitted. Mr. Sadow.
Thank you. All right, let's continue. Now I'm publishing it. After you said the word absolutely, on your own, you said it started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. They met at,
object,
Yeah.
asked and answered.
All right, understood, Mr. Body. I'm going to let Mr. Sadow have a few minutes on this.
So stop standing
we'll go from
up.
there, but
Judge, well, I'm sorry. I did answer this. I answered it for Ms.
understood.
Merchant.
Yeah.
I stated
We're
that
gonna
I
ask
was
it differently.
speculating. The judge, someone objected to the speculation, but this was the exact same language.
All right, well, thank you
when
for
I
that
said
recap,
that I
Mr. Bradley. Mr. Sadow's
speculate.
asking the
It's-
question in a
it's
slightly
weird.
different manner, and I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway to do that.
Man,
So,
his
Mr.
brain
Sadow.
started working again. Did you guys see that?
All
He's
right,
like, I remember everything.
hesitate to have to start back where I was, but after
Weird.
the word absolutely, you on your own said it started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. They met at the municipal court CLE conference. That's what you said, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
Ooh.
it's your testimony, at least so far, that when you on your own gave those two statements in the text, that you were merely speculating and did not have that knowledge from Mr. Wade. Is that your testimony
Amazing.
under oath?
Yes, that's what I testified to. Yes, sir.
So you on your own came up with the whole notion that it started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. That's, according to you, that's speculation on your part, correct?
Objection. Asked and
Overruled.
answered.
Sit
Answer
down.
the question, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, that's speculation on my part. Yes.
Just gossip.
Right. It had
Wow.
nothing to do with what Mr. Wade had told you, correct?
I answered your question. I was speculating to the answer. That is correct.
So maybe you can tell the court in your own words, why in the heck would you speculate in this text message and say that it started when she left the DA's office and was a judge in South Fulton? Why would you speculate and say that in a text?
Go ahead, Terrence. How come?
I knew they had met at the municipal court conference.
How do you know that? I'll stop you right there. How did you know that?
I answered that the last
Answer it again.
I'm asking
I knew
you
that.
now.
I knew
Sir,
that
I'm
because
asking you
when
ne- I'm asking you questions and you are in a situation where you get to give answers. I'm
Mhm.
asking you, how did you know that?
This is good.
how did I know
Somebody
when they
told-
met?
Somebody told you that, right?
When they met?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Who told you?
Mr. Wade told me when they met.
So you had more than one conversation about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Miss Willis because he told you where he met her.
Ghost.
That's
Correct?
incorrect. Incorrect.
It's incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Let's go back
He-
to the exhibit. Why would you
Let's
speculate
go, Steve.
that that's when they started the relationship? What would cause you to put that down as speculation?
I don't recall, but why I thought that it started at that time. But I do recall that he only met her, and I testified to that he met her at that conference, which was in 2019.
Yeah, they put their robes on and indicted
You
each other.
knew that Ashleigh Merchant represented a defendant in this case when you were text messaging with her, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And you knew that the reason she was asking you questions about Mr. Wade was because she was trying to show when the relationship began, correct?
No, that's not.
It's not. Look at
100%
the beginning of the
correct.
text message.
Yes, but
Text
what messages were before this message, before she sent that?
I can't answer that question because I don't have them. All I have is what's in front of you. And it
Yes.
says that she says, do you think it started before she hired you? So you knew as the counsel for a defendant in this case, that Miss Merchant was asking you specifically about the knowledge that
Yep.
you had regarding the timing of the relationship between Wade and Miss Willis, correct?
I mean, based on this, yes.
And you lied to
I see
Ashley?
what was
And-
asked.
And in response to that, you answered directly on your own what you now claim to be speculation.
Total lies.
Right?
That's correct.
Wow.
So I ask you one more time before I move to the next part of this. Why would you speculate when she was asking you a direct question about when the relationship started?
Explain yourself.
I have no answer for that.
Okay.
Except for the fact that you do in fact know when it started, and you don't want to testify to that in court. That's
Overruled.
the best explanation, isn't it?
This is a completely
Overruled.
argumentative.
Overruled. Sit down, Adam.
That's the true explanation, because you don't want to admit it in court, correct?
No, I have no direct knowledge of when the relationship started.
Destroyed.
I'm not going to go back through that again.
Destroyed.
But if you didn't know,
Liar.
and you were asked specifically as this exhibit shows,
Mhm.
maybe you can explain why you wouldn't say, I don't know.
That's why you don't lie. You get busted. This is how it goes. Come on, Terrence.
Is that a question? You're asking me a question to answer?
Definite question.
State that again. I apologize.
Brain
If you're being
working overdrive.
asked, as we've just gone through with this text message from Miss Merchant,
Yes.
as the attorney for a co-defendant,
Yes.
and she's asking you about the relationship, and she's clearly asking you about the timing, why wouldn't you just have said in response, I don't know when it started?
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't say I don't know.
Maybe, again, it's because you know what the truth is, and that's why you answered exactly the way you did in Defense Exhibit 26, correct?
No, I can't sit here and tell you that what you just stated was correct.
Nice way.
What you want the court to believe, and you want the rest of us to believe, is that for some unknown reason, upon being asked a direct question about when the relationship started, you decided on your own to simply speculate and put it down in a text message, as opposed to putting down what you actually knew. That's what you want the court to believe, correct?
That was a lot. So can you break that down? I apologize. You're asking me, do I want the court to
Brain's totally fried.
To believe that instead of saying nothing, you decided on your own to speculate.
Yes, I speculated. Yes, I've stated that I speculated. Yes, sir.
Right. That's what you want the court to believe, correct?
That's
Court's
correct.
not going to believe that.
Okay, now, then
Not for a
when
second.
you go to the next page of that,
We're not done. Turn the page,
Okay.
Terrence.
you see it starts, the best that I can see, it starts in South Fulton. Is that what you have in front of you? Second page.
The second page that I have says, that's what I figured.
Okay, that may be cut off from the one that I have. I'm looking at my opening set line says in South Fulton. Is that on your second page?
No, so if you're going in order of the pages, no, neither page starts with South Fulton.
No, don't get caught up in whether it starts that way. Does the second page have a line in there that says in South Fulton?
Being very difficult.
Oh,
Yeah, there it
yes,
is.
I apologize. So,
Oh,
yes,
That's fine.
yes.
Just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
literally. Well done, Steve. But
You say after in South Fulton, they met at the municipal court CLE conference, right?
very specific. Continuing legal
Yes, that is
education.
correct. Yes, that's correct.
And then Miss Merchant says, that's what I figured when he was married. Is this accurate? Upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. You see, that's what she said, right?
No, I mean, so it says that at municipal court CLE, the only other thing here says, that's what I figured when he was married. There's no response for me. on that day. And then there's another response. I guess a question that says, is this accurate?
Okay, that's what I just went over with you.
Okay, so I don't have anything in that, is this accurate at all? I can show the
No.
court, it's just,
What?
Okay.
it just says, is this accurate with the question mark? I don't have anything following that.
You don't have, after that, upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship.
page.
Okay, I apologize. It goes to the next page. I apologize.
Yeah, you got to flip the
No problem.
pages.
Just want to make sure that
So no, I see that now, yes.
All right, so that's what I just read is
Mhm.
exactly what Ms.
Oh
Merchant
my
said
gosh.
to you in the text, right?
It's multiple pages.
Yes, that was in the text. Is it accurate upon further information? Yes, that's there,
And-
yes.
Again, since you have told us that you were speculating when you gave the answer that we went over with previously, on this one, you don't say, I don't know.
No, you don't.
You simply correct her by saying no, municipal court, right?
Yes, so she asked, was it accurate? And I said it wasn't accurate. No, it wasn't accurate. It was municipal court.
Right. And when you said it wasn't accurate, it was municipal court, you didn't say, no, that's not accurate. They didn't start a romantic
such a liar.
relationship at that time, correct?
No, but I was referring to the municipal court. No, it wasn't accurate as it applied to I was answering the no municipal court, meaning when she said, is that accurate? It was to the municipal court and not magistrate court.
Yeah, different court.
Okay. But you didn't say that the rest of what she asked you was accurate. You didn't say, no, that's inaccurate. That's not true. That's not accurate. You simply said the only thing that wasn't accurate was municipal court should be there instead of magistrate, right?
Weird thing to speculate about.
So
too.
I was answering the question of, it was a compound question.
Can you
And
ask?
I was answering the question of, she wrote magistrate court and I said, no, municipal court.
Yeah.
Right, but it's not compound. It's one statement upon
All right, Mr. Sadow.
information. and
Yeah.
belief. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I know the feedback and the delay is complicates things, but I think you've adequately made your point here. I don't think we need to belabor it much longer.
Dude's a
Let's move on
liar.
to the next
Judge
issue.
knows.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, that's the judge saying, I got it. I
Mr.
don't need to
Bradley,
hear it.
prior to coming into court today, did you and your lawyer meet with anyone from the district attorney's office?
No. I mean, no, not that I know, I'm aware of, no.
Have you
I
had
did not
any?
meet to anyone.
I'm sorry. I
I
cut
did
you
not
off.
meet with anyone outside of my attorneys.
Did you have any conversation? Not
I
meeting.
did not.
Conversation.
I did not.
So you have not spoken, if I understand you correctly, prior to coming into court today, you've not spoken with the prosecutors,
No.
right?
I've not spoken to the prosecutors. I've not spoken to defense.
Have you spoken to Mr. Wade?
No.
So as far as just getting into the courtroom today, there's been no contact or conversation in it with any of the parties we just went over, right?
There has not been any contact with defense or the state at all.
I want to know about those phone calls.
I think I have basically just one or two more questions. Why would you see the need to speculate when you were texting with Miss Merchant?
I think we did cover that one, Mr. Sadow. I think that exact question was already put to him. What would be the next one?
I'm trying to look. Let's go to 27.
Next exhibit.
Defense Exhibit 27. Do you have that now, sir?
I do, sir.
All right. Would you look at it and tell me whether or not the Defense Exhibit 27 appears to be accurate? Because I want to seek to introduce it into evidence. It consists of an email to you from Miss Merchant and a text response from you, correct?
But the text response was not in response. So yes, it does consist of the email and a text response. I'm not saying that the text response applies to the entire email that was sent.
Ridiculous.
All I've asked you right now is, is
Yes,
the email and the text, are those accurate in the interaction that makes up Defense Exhibit 27?
I think Judge
as
is
it applies to
looking
the
at it right now.
stapling of the email and the stapling of a text message chain, yes, that is Defendant's Exhibit 27. This is, it's accurate.
Okay, I would move Defense Exhibit 27 in. I believe it was treated the same way as 26 last time, Your Honor.
Same objections, Mr. Abadi?
Yes, Judge.
All right, overruled. Any other objections from defense counsel? Seeing none, Defendant's Exhibit 27 is admitted.
All right. Email from Ashleigh and a text response from Bradley now in his evidence.
Your
Anything
Honor,
else, Mr. Sadow?
Yeah, I don't know whether you'll find this objectionable or not. I'll ask it, and obviously.
All right.
Mr. Bradley, you realize that if you were to testify under oath, that you knew from Mr. Wade that the relationship between him and Miss Willis existed before the contract in November 1st of 2021, that if you testified that you knew that from Mr. Wade, that would show that both Miss Willis and Mr. Wade had lied under oath. You know that, don't you?
Yeah,
I'm going to object.
I think that's going to call for an opinion on the credibility of another testifying witness. So I don't think that would be an appropriate question.
Then that's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sadow. Mr. Stockton.
Just briefly, Judge.
We'll see.
Well done, Steve Sadow.
Mr. Bradley, do I understand from your prior testimony that Ms. Merchant sent you a motion to review prior to her filing it?
Objection. Calls for cumulative answers.
Right. I'm going to give him just a little bit.
Yeah, relax,
All right.
Adam. Let
Mr.
him
Stockton.
start.
Maybe this is going somewhere else.
Did Mrs. Merchant send you a motion prior to January 8th of 2024 for you to review?
That is correct.
And did you in fact review that motion?
Yeah.
That is correct.
And did you indicate to Ms. Merchant that the contents of that motion seemed okay to you?
Yes.
Well, so you're referring to Exhibit 27, which, as I stated a few minutes ago, one is an email, one is a text
no, that's not what
chain.
they're referring to.
So in the text chain, when I never responded to the email, I never responded looks good or anything to the email that was sent to me. However, in the text chain, what you all are trying to merge together is the fact that I was asked about the contract, and that contract was $74,000, and me being added back to that. So when I said, and I think before in that text, it referred to me being added back, and at that time I said yes, looks good.
That's the only thing. That one little bit.
And
yeah,
you're
right.
aware and you recall that when Ms. Merchant presented you with that motion, she asked you not to disclose it to anyone until she filed it. Is that correct?
We are covering, I think, the last 5 or 6 questions. We've covered ground. Let's get to that ultimate point.
I'm trying to get there, Judge, I promise you.
Okay.
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
She asked you not to disclose that motion to anybody until she filed it, correct?
I think so. I think that was in the text message, yes.
And you knew, in fact, it was her intention to file that motion, correct?
The actual motion that she, that was sent?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I knew that she was going to file a motion, yes. I do not think that that was the final draft, or it could have been that she was working on it, but yes, I knew that she was going to file some motion, yes.
And you knew that she presented that motion to you for your review so that she could make sure it was accurate, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. All this is asked and answered and cumulative. We have-
Yeah,
All
but
right,
we know
noted.
where it's
I think
going.
Mr. Stockton's getting to the next point.
We know
So
where it's
why don't we just
going.
ask that one?
So why did you get lies?
Is that correct?
Give lies to Ashleigh. Why did you give
Did you,
another officer?
know that?
Why don't we
I thought
why don't we
you,
combine that with the next question, so we're not
Yeah.
having to lay bit by bit every single
Mr.
foundational
Bradley, you
question.
knew that Mrs. Merchant was
Here we go.
relying on your review to ensure the accuracy of that motion prior to filing it, correct?
Speculation as to what he knew that Miss Merchant knew.
No,
Gonna do.
I'd overrule that.
Yeah.
Mr. Bradley?
no, so once again, I was excluded from the footnote of that motion. And my review of it, and I said, hey, you need to add me back to the footnote because I did have a contract and I did receive 74,000.
If I may help you out, let's talk just about that part of the motion that deals with the relationship between the District Attorney Willis
Mhm.
and Mr. Wade.
Mhm.
When you reviewed that, you knew that that Ms.
No.
Merchant,
No, I did not know that she was relying on me
Yeah, you did.
for any
That's such a lie. All
relying
lawyers.
on me for any accuracy other than what was put in there
Nope.
if there
about the
was,
74,000.
You were putting your name in
Mr.
there.
Bradley, if there was something patently false in that motion, you would have told Ms. Merchant, wouldn't you?
I can't say that I would or wouldn't have.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would have told Mr. Merchant.
If there
Unreal.
was something patently speculative, you would have told Ms. Merchant, wouldn't you?
I don't know what I would have told Miss Merchant. She asked me, was it accurate? We were discussing the 74,000
It's gross.
that was left out.
He's a lawyer. He knows what he's doing.
Again,
He's
if I may
lying.
direct you just to that portion dealing with the relationship between Mrs. Willis and Mr. Wade. You didn't tell her that there was anything patently false in that because you didn't see anything patently false in that
Yes.
motion as it relates to the relationship.
Repeat your question. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you don't want to
You
answer
did
that.
not inform Mrs. Merchant that there was anything patently
question.
false in that motion that you were presented with as it concerns the relationship because you did not see anything that was patently false,
It was
correct?
true.
Objection asked and answered cumulative.
All right, next question, Mr. Stockton. Sustained.
And you didn't see anything that was speculative in there
All right.
either, did you?
Asked and answered
I
cumulative.
know, sustained, Mr. Stockton.
I just want to ask you one more question. I'm coming at from the other way that Mr. Sadow did. Did anybody from the district attorney's office or any witnesses in this case contact you about Ms. Merchant's motion from January the 8th of 2004 until today?
Did anyone contact me about her motion?
Yes, from the district attorney's office or any witnesses or anybody else involved with the case besides the defense?
Yeah, Gabe did. We know
Other
that.
than the call the only personal call that I had was with Gabe Banks. I never spoke to anyone else, and to my knowledge, he's not a part of this. So
That's all I got, Judge.
All right.
Mr. Stockton. Mr. Durham, if you're still with us.
No question, John.
Thank you, sir. Mr. MacDougald.
All right. So this is MacDougald coming
Good
up.
afternoon, Mr. Bradley.
We'll zoom delay there.
You have certain information about the relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis that is not privileged, correct?
Well, that was my determination, so I think he disagrees with it. So what we're going to say his opinion's a little irrelevant on that point.
Do you understand that the court has ruled that certain information that you have about the relationship between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade is not privileged.
I have the court's ruling, as I understood it, and as my lawyers and I understood it, of the privilege not existing was based off of a conversation that was had in my office, in the back of my office, which was confidential, with Mr. Wade and I. That's what was asked of me on yesterday, and that's what the ruling, to my knowledge, unless I'm being corrected here now and saying that it's more, it was that particular piece that the judge said did not have privilege.
It's broader than that.
And have you testified already today to the sum total of your knowledge of the relationship that is outside the scope of the privilege according to the court's ruling?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry, I didn't understand it.
Referring to what you understand to be the information that is not privileged, have you testified to the sum total of that information?
I think I have, yes. I think I've testified to that, yes.
All right, sir. That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. MacDougald.
All right.
Mr. Rice.
Mr. Bradley, at least as of February 15th, when you first testified, you said that you still considered yourself a friend with Mr. Wade, correct?
I think I said that, yes. I think I did, yes.
And you've been friends with Mr. Wade for over 10 years, correct?
That would have been fairly accurate, yes.
And you recall communicating with Ms. Merchant about this case and about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship, correct?
I'm gonna object as to asked and answered and cumulative.
Give him a
by
minute.
All three of the previous.
Sure. We don't lay that foundation. Why don't we combine it with the next question where you've got a new point to make?
Mr. Bradley, when you communicated with Ms. Merchant, did you tell her any lies about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship?
Beyond your speculation, were you feeding another officer of the court misinformation? Why were you doing that?
Did I lie to Ms.
That's a simple question, Mr. Bradley. You're a lawyer. Did you lie to Ms. Merchant when you told her facts about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis's relationship?
Thank you for calling him out. You're a lawyer. Don't play dumb here.
Not that I recall. I don't recall. I mentioned earlier that I speculated on some things. I've testified to what I did know, so I can't recall whether or not
You lied? You do it so much you can't tell?
No.
Mr. Bradley, speculation is kind of a weaselly lawyer word.
Yes, it
Let's
is.
speak truth here.
Then
You're
it's
under
just
oath.
to argumentative at this point, Your Honor. It's not asking relevant questions.
Mr.
All right,
Bradley.
let's find a question, Mr. Rice.
Mr. Bradley, when you were communicating different
him out.
details of the relationship between Miss Willis and Mr. Wade to Mrs. Merchant, did you lie to her about any of those details?
Objection asked and answered twice.
I don't think he's answered it yet.
I don't recall ever whether any of it was a lie or not.
Well,
This time.
at the time you were communicating with Miss Merchant, you were still friends with Mr. Wade, correct?
He's like a 5-year-old. I don't know if it was a lie. I don't know. It was speculation. It was a lie. I don't know. It's a lawyer.
Yes.
And at the time you were communicating with Miss Merchant, you knew that she was talking to you in her role and capacity as an attorney in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that she was going to use that information to somehow benefit and file a motion, benefit her client, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay,
So
see-
I did not. Oh, I'm sorry.
So as an attorney yourself, you are testifying here under oath that you had no idea what Miss Merchant was going to do with all the details that you were giving her about Wade and Willis's relationship.
So at the time, no, I did not. I knew that Miss Merchant was gathering information. That is correct.
And Did you lie to her when you told her that the relationship began
right.
before 2020?
I don't think we need to drill into specifics. He's covered it at a high level. I don't think we're going to get much out of this.
Yeah.
Mr. Bradley, isn't it true the only thing that has really changed? Well, you were speaking to Ms. Merchant, whether by text or by telephone. You never said to her that I don't remember or that I'm speculating, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you've looked through a whole lot of text messages. Do you remember ever seeing any communication from you that said, I don't remember?
No, you were clear. Municipal court, not the magistrate court. He knew exactly all the details. He knew when it happened.
Yeah, through the messages that I don't have all the messages in front of me, but
Yeah,
no, I don't recall if I ever said I don't remember.
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing any text messages where you replied to her or gave her details where you said, I am speculating about this detail?
No, I never used the word speculating, no.
No, you just made that up here for today. Yeah.
And the only thing that's changed between then and now is that phone call from Nathan Wade's friend, Grave Banks, correct?
Grave Banks. What was that phone
No,
call?
well, Gabe was my
Gabe
friend,
Banks.
and I actually stated that the first day that I was here was that I've known Gabe for a few years, and that we were we are fraternity brothers. And so I never said that that anything changed behind Gabe Banks.
So you never told Miss Merchant that you were worried that they were threatening you?
Whoa.
Objection asked and answered when he was asked this on February 16th and today.
Mr. Rice, we've covered this.
And just to be clear, you didn't attend college with Mr. Banks, did you?
I did not attend college with Mr. Banks.
When you referred to him as your fraternity brother, y'all just both happened to have pledged the same fraternity, different colleges, different chapters.
Well, that's what we consider fraternity brothers, yes, sir.
And as a normal course of your relationships with your friends, do you pass on lies about your friends?
Come on.
Have I passed on a lie about a friend? Is that what you're asking?
Is that something you normally do, Mr. Bradley? Do you tell lies about your friends?
Have I told lies about friends? I could have, I don't know.
Do you tell lies about your friends about a case of national importance?
Objection as to.
All right, overruled.
I could have, I don't know.
Wow. This
Mr.
guy.
Bradley, I notice you're not looking at me.
I'm looking at you on the screen only because I was accused of, and I did the same thing to Mr. Sadow when he was on the
What's
screen.
the next question, Mr. Rice?
No further questions, Judge.
Why are you
I
such a
think it's clear.
liar?
Thank
How
you,
do you
sir.
sleep at
Mr. Gillen.
night? That's my question for you. How do you live like that? Just lying about everything. God.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradley. A few questions. A lot of folks have taken up the questions that I wanted to ask, but I've got a few left here.
We'll see.
We'll see. You said Mr. Bradley, you said you didn't know what Ms. Merchant was going to be doing with the motion that she sent you. You remember that testimony a few minutes ago?
I think I said I didn't know that. I knew that she was gathering information, yes.
Well, let's look at the title of the motion that she sent you. Do you remember reading?
That was sent on the 6th.
Excuse me. Do you remember reading the defendant Michael Roman's motion to dismiss grand jury indictment as fatally defective and motion to disqualify the district attorney, her office, and the special prosecutor from further prosecuting this matter? Do you remember seeing that in the draft that you read and reviewed?
Yes.
So when you tell this court that you didn't know what she was what she was going to do, she kind of gave you a hint, didn't she, in the title of the motion that she sent for you to read? Didn't
That
she?
you did read. And you
Yes
read
or no?
so detailed.
I read the title of what the motion was.
You did.
There wasn't anything in the title that threw you off. Pretty straightforward speaking title, isn't it?
Correct.
So you knew that what she wanted was information from you so that she could then file a motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment, to motion to disqualify the district attorney and her office and the special prosecutor from further prosecuting the matter, right?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
You knew that, didn't you?
Overruled.
Yes or no?
When she sent that motion, yes.
Okay. And you knew that the special prosecutor that to whom she was referring in that motion was Mr. Wade,
Nathan
correct?
Wade, yeah.
You knew that
Yes.
because you read the motion. You said you reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And we're not going to go over all of the, number one, because we don't have time, and number two, the court wouldn't let me. But but there are a few things that I do want to ask you about in that response, in that aspect. Now, in that motion that you said you reviewed, on page 6 of that motion, well, on page 5, it starts off with, how do we know this? And there's a question mark.
All right.
Hearsay.
Yeah, Mr. Gillen, I can appreciate what you're doing. I think that's something you can do at argument. He's said as a whole that he got the motion and he's had his response as to his opinion of how he handled it. I don't see that, again, this really being necessary to go through it line by line of what.
Well, a little indulgence, Your Honor. I'm not going to go, this isn't going to be a 40-minute death march through the motion. I would like to ask about a few bullet points that capture under this, and then I'll move on. But I would ask the court's indulgence in that respect.
Again, I think we've covered it, and I think that you'll be able to argue that this was in that motion and that he had a chance to review it, and he never objected to anything in there or raised it. So
That's a problem, and always ending up last. Asking
it very much is. And next time I'll reshuffle the order.
Well, we did earlier with Mr. Wade, and then
I hear you.
that was kind enough, and then the court
This
said we
attorney's
had
great.
to go.
Y'all need to draw straws next time.
There we go. I'll go with that.
All right. Anything
Thank you, Your
else?
Honor. That's all I
Okay.
have.
Okay.
He's like, I
We
wanted to
had
ask
Mr. Kachouroff
those.
potentially still on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have just a few questions.
All right. Could we add a spotlight to Mr. Kachouroff? I'll let you know when we're able to proceed.
Judge, before he starts, can I take a 5-minute restroom and spend
Absolutely.
2 hours?
Yeah, we've been going 2 hours. So let's come back at 4 o'clock. I'll also note for the record that we received a notification from Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham, and he said he was waiving her presence. And I don't know if he later decided to join us by Zoom, but I don't think he was electing to log in. So after Mr. Kachouroff, just in terms of timing, Mr. Abadi, do you have any expectation of how long your, if any, questioning would last?
I don't imagine my question will be very long.
Okay,
All right, so-
well, let's get back in at 4 o'clock. Mr. Bradley, you can just step out of the jury room.
Okay, my friends. So we're going to take just a quick potty break and a refreshment break. So we'll be back. They're going to be back in a few minutes. They'll be back in about 7 minutes. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. We'll take a quick break. We're going to refresh ourselves and come back, and it's going to be probably over here pretty soon. So it sounds like we got one final attorney for the defense, and then we're going to have a short cross-examination, essentially, from the government, and we'll be back. So refresh yourselves. We'll be back in 5 minutes, my friends. See you in a minute.
They make those style moves.
I know. I love reading that.
I like the new haircut, man.
Thanks, man. I got you. Good.
I'll get one for you.
I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah. Well, so what I'm doing. Yes.
Sure, John.
Yeah.
Damn,
yeah. I'm just gonna admit all of them, but I'm trying to find the one ahead so that you can,
Representing?
Yeah.
David
yeah,
Shafer.
Thank you. That was Oh, that's Chip's name.
Whether or not we're right.
Right, exactly.
More than a good faith basis.
More, yeah, like not even. Right. Yeah, I'm just about to be water. This is really.
All right, my friends, we're back. Feeling refreshed and ready to close out this evidentiary hearing. It's been a pretty interesting day so far. Of course, we're going to recap everything here at the end, but we got just a little bit left with Terrence Bradley taking a restroom break. He'll be back on the stand. And then we have Christopher Kachouroff for the defense, who's going to close out our questioning on the day. And we'll see what the government has in response. You see Nathan Wade also stepped out. So prosecutor's table is empty. We got Mr. Merchant whispering to Ashleigh. Courtroom looks pretty empty. And we'll be back soon in just a few short minutes. So it's been a doozy. We had two good lines of questioning from, of course, Ashleigh Merchant and Steve Sadow, and really delivered, I think, some very nice bits of testimony. But I don't know about you guys, but I do feel like the judge is starting to have heard enough. You know, he's kind of gotten enough out of this whole saga. And in other words, he doesn't need to hear more inconsistencies, more impeachment evidence, more lies from Terrence Bradley. And who can blame him? There's been a lot of that today. The word of the day, I don't recall. And he looks a little stressed out. Yeah, and it's hard to deal with a witness like that who just doesn't remember anything, right? And is
Thanks so much.
squirrely on every single question that you lob his direction. But you'll notice what we're doing here is we're reassembling the timeline, right? And that's what Ashleigh Merchant and what Steve Sadow were really trying to get at. Pin down the times on this. And so if we reconstruct it, right? Remember in 2018, Wade hired Terrence, so-called. A lot of that privilege was now breached. But we're trying to fit in two items into the timeline. All right, so if we got 2018, we know that the divorce, that Wade hired Terrence for the divorce. We're still trying to pin down when the Fani relationship started. And so we did get him to admit today that Nathan Wade showed up to Fani's office when she was not DA. So that's indicia of a relationship. And that would have been before 2020. We also know that the firm dissolved, they said, somewhere around June or July of 2022. Right? So the firm dissolved in 2022, which means there would have been about maybe 6 or 7 months after that where the relationship, to be consistent in that, if their relationship started in like May or March, April of 2022, and the firm dissolved a few months later, then there is some overlap there where he could say, yeah, I learned about the relationship, but it was after the relationship started because we were still business partners. It feels like there's some timeline overlap there. But the other question we have is, when was that purchase made by Nathan Wade for the trip? When did that happen? And how does that fit into the timeline? Because Wade got hired November 1st. He got divorced, filed for the divorce November 2nd, 2021. So we're trying to recreate the timeline. And again, the point here, I think at the outset of this, was to pinpoint some timelines, right? It was to say whether Terrence Bradley can confirm that the relationship started before Fani and Wade alleged that it did in 2022. But honestly, Terrence Bradley has not done himself any favors here. He has felt extremely dishonest from our perspective. I don't recall. He clearly recalls. And he's trying to be very clever, which is just very transparent. And I think the judge can see that. Again, I want to always remind ourselves, like, this is not an average layperson witness. This is not just a random person off the street. This guy went to law school. He passed the bar exam. He goes to CLEs, meaning every year he has to take a certain number of hours, whatever it is in Georgia, to stay up to speed on how the laws work. And suddenly he can't remember all this stuff. And he's having a really difficult time understanding privilege and flipping through, turning pages. Like, he can't even turn the pages, right? I don't have it. The page over, man. So the testimony hasn't been, like, explosive. But we were hoping at the start of this that he was going to be honest with us, that he was going to come out and tell us the truth. Obviously, that did not happen. And so I don't know what kind of pressure is coming down to bear upon him or what Nathan or Fani told this dude, but he's clearly being dishonest. And you can see it on his face. You can see it in his answers. And honestly, I think the judge can see it too. There were a couple times today, I'm not sure if you caught it, where the judge's body language, the reaction was basically mine, right? We both went like this. Oh, gosh. Now, I did it, very dramatically because that's just in my nature. But the judge went like this. He went, and you saw it on his face. You're like, gosh, even this judge is not buying this. And this is below the decorum of, an attorney, especially a prosecuting attorney. And this guy also got a contract from Fani Willis to prosecute first appearances. And this is the type of integrity of this guy who's charging other people with crimes and demanding that they be held in custody and making arguments about their release conditions and all the things. It's like, gosh. And he's just acting at the behest of the Fani office, right? So they're all in it, in cahoots together. And so, my friends, we are excited to get back and going. Our friends on Locals, we're going to start another live stream because I know that one just ended. And so we're going to...
in order.
Hey, judges back in session. All rise.
Mr. Kachouroff, are you still with us?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, then let's go back on the record. We have Mr. Bradley here, and everyone else is here as well. You may proceed.
Mr. Bradley, did you use any documents to prepare for your testimony today?
No, I did not.
When was the last time you spoke with Gabe Banks?
Here we go.
The day that I don't have the date, but it was the date of whenever the phone call happened.
And you know his wife, Kyra Banks, works for the DA's office, right?
Wow.
Yes, correct.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Wade?
I haven't spoken to Mr. Wade personally in a year, 2 years actually, when I left the firm.
Miss Willis?
I never, my interaction with Miss Willis was never where I would pick up the phone and talk to her, or that she would, or anything like that.
So you didn't hang out with Miss Willis? You didn't have a personal relationship with her?
No, I never had a personal relationship. I mentioned before that I went to a dinner that was after she was elected. That was at a steakhouse, but it was some 75 to 100 people there.
So you knew of her, you just didn't have a business relationship or a personal relationship with her, or at least a close one?
I knew of her from she was in the DA's office and I had criminal cases, but I did not personally know her, no.
Wasn't the biggest Fani in Georgia yet.
And not having known her, not really hanging out with her, you've got a contract from her office.
I'm going to just object as to cumulative asked and answered throughout the multiple
All right,
days.
Mr. Kachouroff, I think we covered this ground on the 16th about the contracts. Do you have are you going somewhere else with this?
I am, Judge. If you give me a little latitude, I'll tell
All
you
right. Okay, you may proceed.
You got a contract from the office, not knowing are having a good relationship, a good working business relationship with Ms. Willis.
That's correct.
That's because Nathan Wade steered that contract to you.
I don't know how it came about, but it was presented to me at the office about the contract, correct?
Yeah, and he got some love
Who
back.
presented it to you, Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Is that, and he owed you money, you said at one point.
Say that again?
I think you said he owed you money at one point.
I don't recall saying that he owes me money.
Wade's not
Did
in the
he owe you
courtroom.
money at one point?
Not that I recall saying that Mr. Wade owes me or owed me money. I don't recall ever saying that.
Of course you don't.
I didn't ask whether you ever said that. I said, did he owe you or did he owe you money in the past?
No, he didn't owe me money.
Even when he used your
And
credit card
so
for the trip?
he steered this contract to you, to your office, and you weren't really talking to him? You hadn't talked to him for 2 years?
The contract was in 2021. I didn't leave until 2022.
Timeline's a little
So
off.
you didn't talk with him that whole time?
No, he said he didn't talk to him since
I left in
2022 till now.
2022. I haven't really spoke to him since 2022 is what I stated. When I left June of 2022, around June, August dates of 2022.
And look, Nathan left. He's not in the courtroom.
Other than your, one last question, other than your attorney, who did you speak with today about giving testimony in this case today?
I spoke to my attorneys, Charles Graham and BC Chopra.
Did you call your
I have
mama?
nothing further, Your Honor.
You didn't talk to your mom about this? All right.
And again, I'll just double check to make sure. Did Mr. Cromwell ever join us by Zoom? Do we?
He's still having technical issues.
Okay.
He did email me saying he has no questions. It appears that all relevant questions were asked.
All right, thank you. So just for the record, Mr. Cromwell has been apparently watching the proceeding. He had waived his client's presence and didn't have any other questions as well. So turning it over to Mr. Abadi.
All right. Government
I
is
have
up.
no questions.
All right.
No
Mr. Bradley, you
questions.
can step down. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Judge, you want these exhibits?
I'll take this one.
That's how you know this testimony was bad. They didn't even try to ask any other questions. Same thing with Fani Willis, right? Because they don't want to give the defense
All right,
another
excuse you.
opportunity.
That's right.
I have a follow-up based on some questions from counsel, and it's just about the text.
And what, just by way of proffer, what about the text?
Just to admit, so when other people asked about the text, some of them weren't in the record today, so I organized them. They're the ones that have been talked about today, so I just organized them. I just wanted for point of reference to have them. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. And do we need Mr. Bradley for that?
I don't believe so, but
Have you marked them?
yes,
Have you showed them to the state?
I gave a copy to the state, but so these
Mr.
are.
Bradley, just hang on just for 1 second, just to make sure.
I'll give you all of them. So.
Bidding all of them? Oh, nice.
So the state pulled the Fanny strategy. Okay. Same reason they didn't want to ask Fanny any questions.
And I think that's fine. Yeah.
And while he's looking at that, Mr. Bradley handed me Defense Exhibit 23, 24, 25.
Judge, I didn't realize that they were
This-
in my folder.
Oh, is that from the hearing?
That-
From on Friday?
Oh, he took
All
them.
right, well, thanks for returning those.
Oh, he took them.
The reason that goes in is because you
Let me make sure.
Like, where'd our exhibits go? Terrence Bradley stole them.
because of your objections, front part and the back part of things. You have an objection to any of them, you can tell me, or you can admit.
Okay, so I've got 23, 24, 25.
Ashley's getting into it with Adam right now.
Anything else in your binder? Good.
Did you take
Okay,
anything
and
else?
have we come to any conclusions on, what, I'm sorry, how did you mark it?
I think we're up to 39. Surprisingly, the state objects.
They
All right,
object.
Defense Exhibit 39 is tendered and admitted without objection.
Well, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
You do
okay.
object.
Messages that weren't referenced today with, or confronted, with,
Okay.
as it relates to Mr. Bradley.
So these are additional text messages, Ms. Merchant?
Yeah, so what I did was they objected that they weren't complete because like the first part of the text wasn't there. It was just like, oh, there was something before that was said. So what I did was I spent this whole time trying to line them up so that I had the beginning of the text, the middle, based on their objection.
Just admit them,
They
Judge.
have all the text. They can admit all of them if they want them complete.
Admit it.
And
You
All
already
right,
know.
how about, I'll just do this. Just, I understand the desire just to have the complete text chain, just for purposes of completing the record. I think that there's no point in having him sit here and authenticate every single one of them. So I'm willing to admit it as a court's exhibit. And only the exhibits, though, that had been previously tendered or referenced in testimony would be ones that actually are relied
consider,
on
yeah.
for making any findings.
Judge.
But just so it's on the record, we have the complete text change should that ever be an issue for some reason. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Abadi?
My only thoughts are this is not the complete text chain. I'd look
Yeah.
to briefly look at Miss Merchant's phone when she allowed us to have it for
Okay.
seconds, minutes, and there are text messages I know that I saw that are not in what is purported to be State's Exhibit 39. So
Okay,
it's not
all right.
complete
Ms.
text.
Merchant, what about that?
I let them take screenshots of the ones that they thought weren't there, and he sent them to himself on my phone. I have also offered to hook my phone up to whatever it is. My phone's an iPhone, his is an Android. I can't download like you could in a normal text. I told them if they had a system to get all of my texts, they can have every single one of them.
We can definitely do that.
Your Honor,
Yeah, Mr. Rice.
text that she's submitting now and tendering into evidence, they are specific parts of the conversation. The entire text chain isn't a continuous conversation subject to Rule 601. Those particular parts, given the witness's testimony, should be admitted as substantive evidence to fire inconsistent statements with this testimony today. It would be up to the government, the state, if they then want to introduce the rest of it, have at it.
Yeah. Sure. I think that's a fair point that if he had been confronted with a particular text, that could have been the opportunity to admit it as a prior inconsistent statement for impeachment. And some of them were, but apparently some of them were not.
Taking those out. So I'm taking out the ones that they said he wasn't confronted with, and I'm just going to admit the ones that he was confronted with then. That's fine. It just makes it more confusing, but it's fine.
All right. So we have a newly marked,
This is typical
newly compiled
prosecutor-
39. Let's see what the state thinks of that one.
Typical prosecutor garbage. It's like we just have
All right,
evidence.
regardless, if that's now what is being discussed, again, I don't see a need for Mr. Bradley to be here any longer, so I'm going to excuse him at this point. Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Hey, thanks for nothing, Bradley.
Judge, may we be?
Hopefully you
course.
sleep
Take
well
care.
tonight. Good luck with that.
Yes, that's right.
Go hang out with Nathan, Wade, and Fani. They're probably going for wings tonight. Hey, thanks for lying for us on the stand. Great job. Your career's over. Your credibility's shot. You're probably going to lose your law license. And the judge is going to find that you were not credible and a liar. So hopefully you have a good dinner tonight. All right. So they're wrapping up. Then we're going to summarize what happened today, my friends. Then we're going to hear from you, of course. Thanks for hanging out with us as we wrap up the day, my friends. I know the testimony's over. Now, we are going to come back here on Friday, so make sure you're subscribed wherever it is you're watching this. And thank you to so many of you for joining us today. Really amazing that we can go through this together. It's such a wild experience and a journey that we're on.
The
So
last time I did it was with Miss Cross.
we're going to come back
But you
on
didn't
Friday
confront him with them.
When Miss Cross had met the witness.
for closing arguments, in the summation arguments on this hearing. And of course, we also go live here every day of the week at 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, so
So where are we with Defense Exhibit 39?
it might be helpful if you looked at them so you know what we're talking about, but I confronted him with all of
This
these.
is your Exhibit 26. You've already got it.
Right, I know. So
you're.
Exhibit
you put it on
26.
record.
I put in so that it made sense, so you could read it. You know, when you're reading a text and it's a conversation,
Sure.
they're upset that they're not in order now, I guess. I don't really understand, but if you want to look at them, you can.
Well, let's start from the beginning. What is the purpose of Defense Exhibit 39?
These are the ones that I showed him and that I showed him today. So there were a lot of follow-up questions on it. And so I realized, okay, well, they should just be in the record because other people are referring to my texts and they might as well just be in the record. And he authenticated all of them.
All right.
So
And Mr. Rice?
Not just in the record, Judge, they should be admitted as substantive evidence because they come in as prior inconsistent statements.
Okay. All right. So to that end, Mr. Abadi, is there a particular text message in there you think was not authenticated? I understand you're saying, well, maybe one of them's already been admitted. So, but otherwise, just having a
Anything else you want to cry
omnibus,
about, government?
Here are all the relevant text messages exhibit. Is there an authentication objection? Is there any other kind of objection like that?
Yes, because he didn't authenticate that all of the text messages were from him and between Ms. Merchant or the context of them. So I think that's the problem. When you don't, for example, if the state was to provide, I guess, just a specific text chain from a cell phone extraction, there would be an objection because the state would be making the determination as to what is relevant. Really, all the information should be turned over, and it's for the parties to object and Your Honor to determine which parts of the conversation are relevant or not. I don't have all of the conversation. The conversation starts in September, and then, so there's a few text messages from September, and then we jump to January. Ms. Merchant has determined that that jump in between is not relevant. That's not appropriate. It's for Your Honor to determine what's relevant and not, and I can't make an objection as to what I don't know. I can tell you what I've read. It seems as if there are definitely parts that are missing that would make certain parts of the text message she's attempting to admit that she didn't confront the witness with would be my objection. But only the relevance can only be determined if we have the full chain. So she's determined which ones are relevant. That's your job.
Sure. So didn't she just try to do the full chain as an exhibit just a moment ago?
No, we don't have the full chain. The full chain is text messages that begin in September and continue down. That's not contained in that entire package. They're on her phone.
Okay.
She'd like us to do it in a track, just that chain.
All right,
Happy to do
Ms.
the
Merchant,
technology.
and then Mr. Gillen.
Not a problem. And I offered that when we were here before, and I was told they didn't have that technology.
Yeah.
But let me just go through them one by one. It might be easier. I was trying to just do it quickly all
You
together.
can just hand them to me.
So the first.
Just hand them to me. I can read them. And
And I marked them all separately.
while I'm reading them, Mr. Gillen, what did you have to add?
Just admit them.
Apparently, this merchant has allowed the state to take screenshots of what they now contend would be the larger perspective on, and I disagree with them about the rule of completeness, but it's their job when something is admitted that if they have an objection because the context is not appropriate, they then move. And the state should move the rule of completeness, the admissibility of the other emails chain that they had. So the real issue here is their failure to comply with the rule of completeness once they have the material from the last hearing that they took screenshots of.
Well, isn't that what he's doing now? Because now they're being tendered?
No, I don't think that he is. I mean, it seemed to me that what was happening here is this Ms. Merchant has tried several different ways to get it in. She wanted everything in, and they objected to that. And she wanted the segments in that had been, the witness had been asked about, and that's what she's trying to do. My point is that if they're at the time of frankly, of moving under the rule of completeness is at the time of the tendering. If they want to tender something to show that it should be included to be complete, that's on them,
Sure.
not on this merchant.
All right, Mr. Abadi, last point here.
So
All right.
I had a very limited time with Miss Merchant's cell phone. I only had time to literally find one part of the text message to then send to myself before Miss Merchant
Whatever.
demanded her phone back. So I did not have the opportunity to screenshot every act,
Shut
or
up.
every
We've been talking text
missing
messages
part
here
of
for
the
weeks.
conversation to then do as Mr. Gillen
We had the
is
original
saying it should be done,
evidentiary
but
hearing
it
on
can't be done
Monday,
if I don't have the
2 weeks
information.
ago.
So you don't have the complete packet, and there are many of the text message screenshots that you have printed out that were not used to confront Mr. Bradley or refresh his
Well,
recollection.
why didn't you ask him
So
about that on your
They're
during your
inadmissible
cross?
evidence. If anyone missed the opportunity, it was the defense counsel
Sure.
to confront him.
You missed the opportunity to
All
respond.
right, I don't think we need to get back and forth any
Yeah.
further. Ms. Merchant, you've offered, you said to print out a complete chain of every text exchange with Mr. Bradley since you began corresponding with him. I'll give you the chance to do that, and you can follow up by email with that exhibit. It would be the complete chain without any deletions or removals, and we'll have that marked as Defense Exhibit 39.
Judge, I
And-
have got to respond though, that in court
There you go.
Friday at 1:57, when Mr. Abadi texted himself the screenshots, I literally wrote him, do you want any other screenshot? I have nothing to hide. You can download my phone if you want. So
Yeah. So he's just a
All right, we're
whiny
done.
prosecutor.
Okay, so
Just
I'll
whiny.
wait back to hear from y'all on Exhibit
What a loser.
39.
These guys are the worst.
And
The worst.
is there anything else to take up before we discuss Friday?
Let's go. We're going to be here Friday, my friends. Don't forget to join us.
Just kind of throwing it open to the floor. Seeing none. I believe I'd asked and put it out there among defense counsel to be considering how they would like to organize their arguments on Friday. Has there been any decisions reached on that?
to determine that.
Okay.
And I can email the court when we're done with that, but we are going to make it as efficient as possible and break it up.
Break it up in terms of like subject matter or something like that?
there's time limits.
Yeah.
That's large.
Yeah,
Let
that's
us know.
that's the idea.
You can tell us what that'll be. and
Time
then-
limits?
Well, I'll start with, what is it that you're asking for? And we'll start there. It's kind of curious.
5 hours.
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
we can answer that right now. Number one, the court said, look, if you divide it up, then we can go with that. Or if you can't divide it up, then I'll give each defense counsel a specific period of time. Tomorrow, we'll find out when we meet whether or not we can divide it up in a way that serves the interest of our respective clients. Hopefully we can. We can communicate with the court.
Okay, I'll just wait to hear from you. To the point of, I think the state recently filed their own motion to, I think it formally said to reopen the evidence as to another witness.
Ooh.
I only got to read it very briefly.
Who?
Or I don't know if that was just saying in the alternative, we'd like to reopen the evidence.
Offer who?
I don't know, maybe someone can clarify that, but my thought there and what I think we ought to do Friday and what I would like to do on the issue of the cell phone analysis and this other affidavit filed by the state today is that both parties, any party rather, can make whatever arguments they want based on a proffer, any counter arguments they want to make based on a
Let's
proffer.
go.
They would not be admitted into evidence at this point. And at this point, I need to start hearing the arguments in the law and what we've heard so far. And if I think I'm able to reach a ruling based on that, I will. However, if I think that the proffer is going to make a material determinative point, we can reopen the evidence at that point. But just the bottom line is on Friday, I do. The intention is that we're still sticking with argument.
Argument.
But the parties are free to address some of these issues that have been brought up post-hearing if they'd like to.
So
Your Honor, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
that's Sadow.
Let me start with Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, that's Sadow.
I'm alive and well with a quick question.
All right.
That suggests that we do not have to have a witness present on Friday for the cell phone record, correct?
That's right. Friday would just be argument.
Okay.
And counsel can proffer why they think it's significant. And if once I've heard the law and the argument of counsel, I decide that that is going to have some material bearing on the outcome, then we can reopen the evidence and have it properly admitted and authenticated and subject to cross-examination.
I don't think that he will.
Okay. Ms. Merchant.
I just wanted to know if the court wanted us to focus our arguments on anything in particular. Any questions you wanted us to try and answer?
Well, actually, I think what I'm more likely to do is more along the lines of what I suggested before, is give y'all a time block and you use the time however you think is more effective. What you think is your strongest argument. I don't, a lot has been covered and there's a lot in the motions that weren't covered during the evidentiary hearing that I would plan to rule on at the same time as well. So I leave that to you. Mr. Gillen?
Thank you, Your Honor. I know we have other motions to hear on Friday.
Oh, we do?
I thought we did.
I just said disqualification as a whole. So if you have arguments about forensic misconduct, about anything like that, that would be the time for that argument as well.
I consider that part of the disqualification.
Sure.
I thought we had scheduled hearings on the murder.
No, I mean, I talked about that and then things evolved. So we didn't actually send out a notice adding any other motions, but we do need to. We have some trials starting next week. The next 2 weeks, we've got some of our homicide trials already scheduled. So I'm going to be following up with y'all to schedule the rest of the pretrial motions that we have.
All right.
The only arguments that we have on Friday would be 1 o'clock on the issue of disqualification.
That's right. All things disqualification. Anything from the state or any other defense counsel?
Nothing from the state.
All right. Thank y'all. All right. We're off the record.
All right. That's it, my friend. Man, they cut that record off real quick, didn't they? That's all done right there. And so, my goodness, my friends, what another day this was. We had a lot going on, and now we are going to unpack it and, of course, see what you have to say about this. But I do want to invite you, okay, we are going to be back here on Friday. We don't know what time it's starting yet, so be sure you're subscribed and be sure to hit that notification bell. As soon as I find the date and the time, more specifically, we'll make sure it is properly scheduled, and we would love to see you back here and join us for these closing arguments, because it's going to be very, very, I think, broad. It's going to cover a bunch of ground, and we don't really know how it's going to be split up yet. So they're going to send some emails into the judge, and then we will get into it. But we had a lot here today, and really, a couple of the highlights was Ashleigh Merchant. Ashleigh Merchant came out, got some very good, I think, bits of evidence from him, including that he took a bunch of, that he knew about prior trips that Fani and Wade had been on, that he confirms, right, again, that Nathan Wade used his credit card. He gave us some timelines about when he would have used the credit card. And I think that's going to come back. They're going to say the credit card use would have been after the business partnership divorce, and the business credit card was used for a Fani trip. And so Nathan Wade and Fani, their relationship started much closer, much sooner than 2022. And that's going to be a key point that they're going to try to hit in those closings, which is to articulate that they lied. There was perjury here. And they brought Terrence to be this person. Man, I think he did himself no favors today. I don't know how he has, really a career in law after this. He was somebody who apparently can't remember anything and doesn't really understand the law, doesn't, turn pages appropriately, very, very hostile, even in court, and was flip-flopping all over the place. And Steve Sadow really got him cornered in when he dug into this speculation stuff, right? I think this was pretty big. Why did you lie to Ashleigh Merchant? Why were you just speculating about all these very, very concrete details, including the specifics about the relationship and when Fani and Wade met? And he said, right, he corrected the specificity. He said, no. It wasn't a magistrate court, okay? It was a municipal court. But he just speculated about that. He just made it all up, and then he fed it to Ashleigh. So something happened here, my friends. I don't know what it was. Nathan Wade, Fani, whatever. They got to him. They turned him, and we could see it on the stand. He was squirreling and very defensive about all these lines of questions. And I think he should have just come out and been honest with us. But if you read the judge's body language and you listened to the judge and how he was interpreting a lot of this, I think that he realizes this is not credible testimony. And so it's not going to support the Fani argument. I think, honestly, the judge is probably getting as disgusted as we are with this and watching the government here constantly try to protect the government, protect against any malfeasance. And Steve Sadow specifically got him and said, isn't it true that if you changed your story now, you would be committing perjury? Or Fani and Wade, more specifically, would be committing perjury in this courtroom. And so you're not trying to get them caught up in the middle of it. So it is going to be a lot of fun on Friday. We'll see what the judge allows and how the defense breaks this up, and whether Nathan's in the courtroom, whether Fani's in the courtroom, whether the state bar is in the courtroom, or anybody's paying attention to any of this. I'm seeing some headlines. It's about 1 p.m. on Friday, so that's East Coast time. So put a pin in that one. We'll confirm that, but some people saying it's been scheduled for 1 p.m. And of course, we're going to be here to cover it. We'd love to see you back here as we do. We also do live streams every day, normally at 5 p.m. Eastern time, where we talk all the Trump trials. So if you're interested in the ballot removal stuff, the immunity proceedings, the January 6th case, the Florida classified documents case, we're going to be covering the Alvin Bragg prosecution in New York, trial scheduled there in March. And so we're covering all the litigation here and the 2020 election, 24 election. So come and join us, my friends, as we do. And thank you so much for joining us today, covering yet another episode in the Fani Wade saga. And we're going to get some conclusions on this. I think this was a good day for the defense. I don't think that the government did themselves any favors. They know that Terrence Bradley's a bad witness, which is why they didn't have a single question for him. They're just like, let's get through this. Just say, I don't recall as much as possible, and give us an opportunity to object on your behalf, which is why he kept looking over there, and then he'd answer the question. So another wild day, my friends. We're going to be here continuing to cover all this litigation and more. Thank you for joining us as we do. And of course, thanks for checking out some of the links in the description below. All the PDFs that we cover here are on robertgovea.com. We've got free events at watcherlodge.com, which is our sovereignty and our self-development community. We have a great event coming up this week on Thursday talking about Zen wellness in politics. And so come join us over there. And of course, watchingthewatchers.locals.com, which is where as soon as we're done here, we're going to wrap it up and go hang out with our friends at watchingthewatchers.locals.com for a debrief. But now, my friends, let's hear from you and let's see what you have to say about this, man. Some great comments. I'm very grateful for your donos and your support here today as we go through this. I have a ton of fun on these streams with you. So thank you so much for contributing to them. And of course, on our mind map, we had 3 possibilities at the start of today. What was going to happen And it looks like this one, the most boring one, is Terrence gets corrected on privilege. He clarifies minor bits and pieces, but he hews closely to the original testimony and lies, is really what we saw here today. But the defense was a little bit, rocky at the outset, not really anticipating that he was just going to be Mr. Dum-Dum all day today. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know. It doesn't work. My brain stopped working a long time ago. But they were still able to make him look ridiculous. And when someone is a liar, or when someone is, I don't recalling, you just make him look ridiculous. And that's exactly what Steve Sadow did. And the judge is going to know what's going on here. Okay, the judge is good at rooting out non-credible witnesses, aka liars, when they're just regular, citizens, civilians, people that don't have any legal training. And he's still able to fleece that out, or should be able to. And so when a lawyer comes up there and it's like, I don't know, I don't recall, I can't remember. Yeah, you do. We all know you do, but we know why you don't want to admit it. So a little bit of a disappointment was, it sounds like the judge is not going to be admitting the Fani cell phone affidavit, but they'll be able to proffer it and be able to discuss it and make argument about it. But then if the cell phone issue becomes material, only then would we reopen up evidence and then allow that witness to come and testify. So that's not going to be coming in as evidence, but it'll be useful as argument at the closing arguments. And so we'll be here to cover it all, my friends. Now, let's hear from you and see what you have to say about this. Of course, we will wrap it up and go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com. We do morning streams, we do Saturday streams, and we do after parties after the show. And we'd love to see you join us. We got a great community, a lot of amazing people, and we'd love to have you. But let's see who is joining us on the day, man. We had some great donos. You guys are super generous, and thank you for sending these in. Amazing. So what's up? We got K Beans clipping away for us. We got Maximilian W is our first supporter on the day who joined us as a member on YouTube, and we're grateful for our newest of membos. We also have Kelly Doyen. What's up, Kelly D? In the house. Good to see you. Rose 4 is also a new membo, and we're grateful to have Rose, along with Jenny, Texas, in the house. Good to see you, Jenny. Over on Locals, we got Senior Chief. He says, I can't wait for the next episode of the People's Court reboot. Can you please explain the difference between contempt of court and having testimony stricken from the record after 2 warnings? One's a penalty, one is just kind of an action of a warning. At what point does waving documents around and yelling at the judge become contempt? And what is the actual punishment for having testimony stricken? If I know I effed up and perjured myself, wouldn't I want to get my testimony stricken? Was this a sign of weakness from the judge? A lot of great questions there, Senior Chief. No, I think the judge was showing Fani some deference, right? He was giving Fani the opportunity to testify. If he would have cut her off and made a bunch of other warnings and really gone hard at her, her response would have been that I have been victimized by the court. I didn't have a chance to say my piece. And so the judge gave her the opportunity to say her piece and then warned her about striking stuff. It's non-responsive. And then theoretically could have escalated the penalty. But it's like, it's like a warning in school before you go to the principal's office kind of a thing. We got Brandon is here. What's up, Brandon S. in the house? Another new supporter along with Mark N. Amazing. New supporters today. We got, in the end, God wins. Great to have you. That's true. And it's nice to have you here as a part of our membos only community. And we also do our morning streams on YouTube as well, if you want to join us there, and Saturday shows too on YouTube for members. We got T. Lewis in the house. Popcorn, check. Coca-Cola, check. Let's get this party started, says T. Lewis on Locals. Good to see you. Flagpole guy says, Judge McAfee, ask Terrence, do you see? Do you think Nathan's phone proved he threw Fani a bone? Judge, he offered her his honor. She honored his offer, and all night long, he was on an offer. But from Flagpole guy. Roy MC says, nice break in the news articles there, Rob. You can hear it right there. You can hear it right there from Roy MC. Red One is bringing in some new membos. We got Land That I Love, Jesusa G. We got Marlene S, the real Kittler, and Mark M, all coming in courtesy of Red One, who's a membo, bringing in new membos, and welcome aboard our friends. We've also got Karina B is bringing in new membos. Amazing. Nigel W, Mark G, Jerry M, Wana S, and Rocket Dan, all coming in courtesy of Karina B, our newest of membos. Thank you, Karina, for bringing them in. We got Ricky T with a nice dono, with a nice cup of coffee. Thank you, Ricky T. Thank you for that. Ricky T11, very nice. Ryan H is here, bringing in Craig V in the house as our newest of membos. Thank you, Ryan, for doing that one. Red One says, will Fani's Senate hearing be public on March 7th? Yes, it will, actually. Yeah, that hearing is going to be public. We'll even cover it. Maybe not, actually. Those are just complaints, I think. Well, there's a Senate hearing, and I don't know if that's on the 7th of March, but there's another public, I think, county meeting where there's going to be 2 complaints read against Fani. I think that's on the 7th, and I actually have that on the mind map. So here, let's just pause while we're here. Let's go into the archives, my friends. We just covered this, I think, a couple days ago on when the next hearing is. Yeah, there it is. Look at that, first try. Hey, public hearing, March 7th, meeting agenda, Fulton County Board of Ethics. They're going to have a full hearing for Fani, or for, I think, everything. And then there's two new business. There's 2 complaints, one from Gregory M, one from Stephen K, and that's going to be public. There's a Zoom link there. It says the public is welcome to attend. So I think we could all go to that if we wanted to. So that is what's cooking over there on March 7th, and we can all join on that. We're going to have to make that link a little bit more accessible because it's hard to get to. It's just, written in the page. We got, thank you, Red One, for that one. Hey, Luis H is bringing in Gypsy Moon as a new member. Thank you very much, Luis H, for doing that. Shri is joining us, Shri is a member, bringing in 5 new members. Poem P, Mike W, Dear Emily. We got Iesha is here, and Perfect Pete coming in courtesy of Shri. Shri, thanks for being a membo and bringing in even more membos. Glenn Croy's bringing in more membos. Magic Stick is here. Amiana, Will, C-Star, and NY Renal MD, all in the house, courtesy of Glenn Croy. Glenn, thank you, Glenn. Hey, over on Rumble, what's up? It's Nurse Penny. Penny has a Rumble channel, does good work over there. It says, hey, Robert, Nurse Penny here. I shared some of your hearing coverage from the last hearing on my live stream the other night. My viewers loved it. Hope you got some extra followers out of it. Well, thank you, Penny. I hope so, too. And we'll send some love back your way, my friends. Penny Whitbrot is on Rumble. She's a creator over there. She's Nurse Penny. And you can go give her some love and support her work over on Rumble as well. Thank you, Penny. Thanks for sharing some of our work. Great to have you here. We got Angry Bellsprout. Says, who doesn't appreciate late night big Fani calls, okay? We know Rob's phone was full of them in his 20s. The lead attorney streams had a lot to say about him. The lead attorney, what's he's saying he got some Fani calls? A Fani call's okay. It's not a bad thing. It happens all the time. Sometimes people get lonely at night. It's okay. Maybe I did have some Fani calls, but I wasn't the prosecutor who was paying the Fani calls to prosecute my political opponents in my position of employ. You know what I'm saying? Golly. Some Fani calls are allowed. We're adults. And sometimes, things happen. But not when you're corrupt about it and ripping off, violating your ethical obligations as a lawyer. Sheesh Louise. Shout out to the lead attorney over there. We got Barbaric Brit says, if Fani had nothing to do with Nathan's divorce, why would it be covered by privilege in the first place? Sounds off to me. Well, the privilege was between Wade and Bradley. That's ultimately where it resided. And they said that was evaporated because of the judge decided. Now, we don't know why the judge decided that, but the judge did decide that. And so that became fair games. Hey, what's up? Mark C says, all because due process needs to be conserved. From Mark C in the house. We got maybe due process for them. They tried to evaporate due process for the rest of us. But Michelle P is here, says, can the person from the Georgia bar who called Terrence Gabe with warnings before the court be charged with tampering or interference of a witness? I don't think it would rise to that level. They're just saying these are friendly phone calls and that he wasn't actually a witness to the case yet, before the evidentiary hearing was even scheduled. So I don't think it would rise to that level, but it's very dishonest and it's very inappropriate. And if it's all happening within the DA's office, they should be ashamed of themselves for trying to silence somebody who's basically blowing the whistle on their own corruption. I mean, Terrence Bradley was a whistleblower who got cold feet and reversed himself. Kind of pathetic. STFU says, as a Mexican, I concur, and I second Rob's theory that all white lawyers look alike. What? I don't think that's my interpretation. But, oh, I see, because we made the Steve Sadow and we confused him for someone else. Well, I'll eat that one. You're right. I screwed that one up. Haley's comment says, give a thumbs up, man. Been waiting all week for this. Get some. Haley's comment drops a super chat once every 75 years on our channel. Hey, what's up? Hey, liberty or death on locals. So, and I'm just teasing Haley's comment. Thanks for the dono. But Haley's comment, is it 75 years, 74 years? Hey, Liberty says, this hearing today and your streaming with expert commentary is not helping my bar study. Studying for the bar. Well, that's okay, Liberty. I mean, this hearing told you, this hearing was very educational for people who want to become lawyers. It was a masterclass in exactly what not to do and how not to comport yourself in a court of law. Don't do what Terrence Bradley did. Do the opposite of that. You'll be a great lawyer. Quarter Native says, I'm guessing Wade and Fani are ishing bricks, probably. They burned Bradley so bad he has no reason to protect them now. That's true, but he did. I don't know. He should have just been honest and said, yeah, this is the truth. But he still just, I don't recall, right? Just to get his way through it. Hey, what's up? Gordon B says, if a DNC operative, DeSantis, is installed inside the Georgia County DA office, then I worry for McAfee's safety and his ability for a fair judgment on this case. This is a great point, Gordon, that I didn't have time to get to at the outset of the show, which is that we're operating in two spheres, right? In the court of law, which is where we spent today, but also in the court of public opinion. And they're not the same. And one actually does weigh on the other because everything is political, right? It's not, don't listen to Judge Chutkin, who just says, oh, no, it's all just, everything's separate. No. It's all political. Politics interferes in everything. Just ask the CDC. So what is happening here is we have two stories, right? What's happening in McAfee's courtroom and what are the people of Fulton County saying? Are they going to reelect Fani? Are they going to reelect this judge? Are they saying that Fani's a victim of the Trumpers, or what's going on? Because it's going to influence how this unfolds. And honestly, from our perspective, the law is so adverse to Fani that this judge would wreck his credibility. And I think the credibility of the court in Fulton County if he doesn't disqualify them based on everything that we've seen. It's been a train wreck for them. And I think the judge has to bring some order back to this jurisdiction. We'll see if he does. Liberty says, Michael J. Smith looks like ZZ Top went to law school. And which one was that? Michael J. Smith. Was he there in the office in the court proceeding today? Sarah E.R. Hey, a membo for 20 months. Whoa, Sarah E.R. 20 months. That's two babies and then some. Says, hey, just wanted to say hello from Georgia and thank you. Sarah, thank you for being a member for so long and for being here. And it's great to have you from Georgia. I'm always curious, what are the local Georgia people saying about this? You know, what are they seeing? Leanne says, maybe Bradley's health issues stem from Fani and Nathan. Nevertheless, they all don't have clean hands. Yeah, you know, dishonesty is toxic for your whole existence. You know, you ever walk around carrying a lie with you? It will sap your soul right out of your whole body and it will contort you into the dark side. So to be walking around like Terrence Bradley, just carrying around this dishonesty, it's very, you know, I think it causes cancer. I think it will literally wreck you, and including your physical well-being. That's why being honest is a much cleaner life. And so, yeah, he's probably unwell because of some of that. We got, and I'm not a medical doctor, this is not medical advice, Frank LaBella. Good afternoon, Frank. Says, good afternoon, counselor. Good afternoon to you, Frank. Thank you for joining us and for the very generous dono today. Very generous of you. I appreciate that. And Dolphin Fan is the man, is bringing in new membos. We got Mike B. We got Julio. We got TJ's coming in, Navy Styles, and Steven, all joining us courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man in the house. We got B-Man sending one in, says, Family and Co. deserve whatever embarrassment they get because they're colluding with Biden and they are willing to lock these innocent defendants up for life. And they all know what happened in 2020. Yeah, Fani and everybody. Yeah, it's the post-event cover-up. You know, they have to, they said Trump was an insurrectionist. Now they have to go make it true. They made it up. Now they have to make it true. And so, B-Man, thank you for that. What's up, Mr. Bob for you? Says, from one robber to another, greetings and thanks for the great work. Mr. Bob in the house. It's good to see you, Mr. Bob. Thank you for the nice dono, and keep up that great name. Keep spreading it around and bringing honor to it, as we all must. Sergeant GPS. Hey, what's up? Says, just joined the Watcher community today. Welcome, Sergeant GPS in the house. That sounds awesome. Love your coverage and commentary, Rob. Sergeant, thank you so much. Thanks for jumping immediately into the chat and saying hello. Sometimes when you join our locals, there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of people there. And I'm kind of a lurker, naturally. I just kind of like to lurk around and hang in the background. So we appreciate it when you say hello. And it's great to have you, Sergeant. Thanks for saying that and for joining us. Great to have you. We got T-Dub. What's up, T-Dub in the house? Sent in 2 donos. And T-Dub, very generous of you. Thanks for sending those in. Hey, Rob on Rumble says, Rob, please take the stand. This is not your courtroom. Raise your hand. Do you swear not to touch the fanny, the whole fanny, and nothing of the fanny, so help you God? Yes, I swear. I will not touch it. You don't even have to worry about me. Okay, like guaranteed. That is the Rob G guarantee of the week, okay, of the year. There's not going to be any fanny touching from my hand. Otherwise, I'll have to cut it off. Amanda, bringing in more membos. We got Amanda L is bringing in opposing force. Joel's Plumber is here. Shout out to Joel's Plumber. We got Digga in the house. Lynn B. And Woo Lad is here. What's up? Woo Lad is joining us. Good to see you in the house. Thank you, Amanda, for bringing in new membos. Oh my goodness, we got Voice of the Peoples here. Says, how is he a lawyer if he can't even remember a year? The bar must be really low in Georgia. Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't know how he's ever going to get a client again if he can't remember, anything that he does. Hey, what's up? Saint Chef is bringing in 20 membos. Ooh, we got Trigger Alert System is coming in. Thank you, Saint Chef. Jack, me, Mary D, Arcade. More Sick Cat is here. Alt Lag. We got Jerry L, Angela, Michael P, the Zeke is here. Tornado Sunflower. That sounds beautiful and destructive. Johnny C, Tom Seattle. We got Bigger Doings, FSU Mike, Mia, John S, Douglas T, Salty's in, along with James H, all coming in courtesy of Saint Chef, bringing in 20 new membos. Saint Chef, you're awesome. Thanks for bringing them in. And welcome aboard, my friends. We'll see you on the members-only streams in the morning and on the Saturday shows on YouTube. We got Knox is here. Happy Tuesday, all. This is what swimming through mud looks like. What a bunch of wishy-washy non-answers and amnesia. It's just like Hell Week. You just have to get through it. They just put him on the stand and he was just going to just start saying, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. And that's what we got out of it. Liberty or Death says, the state, I strenuously object. Lieutenant Commander Joe Galloway from Liberty or Death in the house. David York is bringing in another membo called Hello Kidden. Hello Kidden is coming in, courtesy of David. Thank you, David. We got D. London says Bradley's dementia is worse than Biden's. Yeah. And his is very much hit or miss. Like, I'm sure as soon as he got off that witness stand, like all of a sudden, he's like, I can remember everything all of a sudden. I know where everything is. Weird how that works. K. Tay, a membo for 1 month, says just the 2 of them in here. So before the 3rd. Good to see you, K-Tay. Glad you remember. First month as a member is the hardest. It gets easier from there. We got Lori in the house. Lori, thank you for this. A nice dono, no question, but very generous. Thanks for sending it in. David York, again, another membo. This time, Sergeant King is coming in. Welcome aboard, Sergeant King. Glad to have you. Gunface says, I bet they threatened Bradley again. Gunface is with a very appropriate comment that matches the name. Yeah, maybe they put something, maybe they did something like that. It's Rebecca Starr says, it seems Nate Wade being there is like witness intimidation. It shouldn't be allowed, right? Yeah, so Bradley's like looking at him in the face like, dude, I'm about to destroy your whole life if I answer honestly. So I'm going to answer dishonestly, and then you better be my friend again. Orangel Mata is our newest supporter. Welcome aboard. Orangel M in the house. Very nice to have you. Thank you for joining. We got STFU says, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. From Shakespeare. And that's a very, historic quote. We also have, you don't need a good memory if you tell the truth. That's from Judge Judy. Don't have to remember, just be honest. Don't have to sit there for 20 minutes and go, what happened? We got Damo in the house, says, I watched the previous 14 hours of testimony. Can someone confirm this is live and not old footage? Hate that UK times aren't given when it goes back live. Yeah, this was all live in real time coming out of the footage out of Georgia, all live and in real time. Hey, Lovejoy is a new member. Welcome aboard, Lovejoy. Great to have you. And D. London says, it's clear that Bradley's been nobbled. Nobbled. Is that a UK term? I haven't heard that one. Nobbled. I like it. Threats? Yes, something like that. They said certainly that he was getting phone calls from people warning him about privilege and other things. So something along those lines. Rob says, he's paid off or he got threatened. Yeah, or he doesn't want to go back on his word, right? Because if he changes, then he's obviously a liar. Now he's just confused and he just doesn't remember. So he's not a bona fide admitted liar. He's just a confused man, kind of like Joe. Knox says, Mr. Bradley, do you remember where you parked your car today, sir? Great question, Knox. Be like, give me a minute. Let me think about that. What page is that on? It's in the garage. Team Fani has threatened him with criminal prosecution on the sexual assault, which is my guess. I think that's probably accurate, right? They have witnesses. They're hanging that over his head. Something is hanging over his head. He shifted dramatically. He was Team Ashleigh Merchant, like reading and reviewing motions, and now he doesn't remember anything. Why is that? We got Jaster M in the house, says, this man's career as a lawyer has to be over after such obviously evasive and backpedaling testimony. It's unbelievable. You can feel it, right? Like, you don't have to be a legal swordsmith to get it. You can feel it from him on the stand. You can just see it in his body language. And how does somebody not know anything about one of their best friends who they were their lawyer for? One talk about Fani with Nathan Wade, nobody believes that at all. Damo says, thank you, people. What do Wade and Willis actually have on this guy? They have ruined his professional career, yet he's still protecting them. Why? Maybe a future promise. Maybe it is that assault allegation. He maybe knows that he's in hot water if he goes the other way. And so he's picking his path. And we'll see what the judge says about it. Hey, Vagabard says this one. What's up, Vaga? Thank you for sending this one in. Very nice and generous of you. T. Lewis says, I felt horrible for Bradley when Anna Cross sucker punched him the other day, but now not so much. I'm also wondering if someone is threatening his family. I think there's some other contingency going on. Okay, he was being evasive on questions that should have been very clear, and he just defaulted to I don't recall. His lawyers were probably like, dude, your task today is to say as little as possible. You are not to say anything. And wait for them to object, and we're just going to cause this whole thing to be a mess. And they were somewhat successful in that. But I think still a lot has come out. And honestly, the judge is just going to look at all of this, and anything that he said that was good for their side, he's just going to discount because this witness is not credible at all. Norman Smith says, dump a cooler of water on Bradley, a cooler of 5 water on Bradley. He's stuck. So like after a sports game or something, when you dump the water cooler on him. I don't know what 5 water is, but he was not in a good position, and he was squirming all day. What's up, Karina says Bradley will use all his clients watching his stupidity and lies. Yeah, does he have any active clients right now? Like, what if that was your lawyer, and you're like, hey, my lawyer's on the stand today. Weird. He's representing me in a DUI case. I wonder how he's doing. Turn it on. Ah, I'm going to jail. I'm going to prison. Yeah, Night of Knee says Fani got caught riding dirty. Yeah, vomit face is a good one. Hey, 200 Watt Studio says the judge seems frustrated and done with this. Yeah, I think he's basically disgusted by what he's seeing. It's not like you swear an oath, you get a law license, you work hard for these things, and to have people just crap all over it in your own courtroom is like, it's gross. It's degeneracy in the law. It's bad. Norman Smith says Bradley just wants to run out the clock. Literally a liar. That's a great analogy. Yep, just let the clock go, right? Try to let the buzzer ring before you say anything that's too stupid. Facts matter. We got 2 babies in the house. Woo! Man, we had a good stream today. Yeah, we had a lot of people interested in this stream. I'm so grateful for that. And I'm grateful that people are interested in what's happening here, right? Because I think this is very important. It's going to have consequences for all of the Trump prosecutions, and it delegitimizes them because they're illegitimate. Good to have you, Facts. Mother's Love on Rumble says, thank you for making this so fun with your lively commentary. Mother's Love. What a nice compliment and comment. Thank you for that. It is fun. I got to tell you, I'm just like, when we heard this hearing was happening, I'm like, oh my gosh, I get excited and I enjoy it, you know, and I got to be careful that I don't enjoy it too much, you know. That's how exciting these things are. We got this one. I'd rather be skiing. Says, I'm so glad I don't recall isn't a drinking game because I'd be in a coma right now. We'd all have alcohol poisoning. Great job as always, Rob. Thank you. I'd rather be skiing. Yeah, who wouldn't? Yeah, and we'd all be dead. You're right. We'd all be dead. We got the freedomgear.org channel. Wow, sounds good. Says, Rob, I messaged you a video of the laser engraved tumbler on your X account. Whoa, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you for pinging me. Sometimes if I'm not following you, it ends up in the, you know, in the I don't see them. So thanks for the reminder. I'll take a look at it. Sounds cool. T-Dub says Steve Sadow is awesome. And I like Steve Sadow. He came out and was very methodical. Okay, just yes or no. And you can almost see his lines of questioning like a flow chart, which I think is probably how he organizes them, like if, then that, very logically orchestrated. And of course, a lot of fun. We got Sandy on local says, Bradley says, absolutely. Then says he speculated. Okay, is it absolute or is it speculation or is it a lie? No one knows. Mark C says, no one has asked if he is still under retainer for Wade or vice versa. Why is he still protecting this broken relationship? The what is. Then what is. If it's not the retainer, no, I mean, he's the attorney-client relationship broke when the law firm broke. And I don't know that they've been covered since then. So why is he still protecting them? Maybe Nathan knows something about the assault on the clients or the assault on the employee. Could be a problem. We got this one from Jennifer V says, how did this guy pass the bar exam? Can I buy my degree somewhere as well? I don't know what he did. I don't think he's a total idiot. You know, the bar exam's a complicated one. So what I think is he's a liar. I think that's the most easy explanation for all of it, right? He knows. And Steve Sadow basically called him out on it. But yeah, it's wild. Otherwise, if he really can't recall that much stuff, then he probably shouldn't have passed the bar. Leanne says, who in their right mind would want to have Bradley to represent you? Garbage attorney. Again, doesn't have clean hands and grr. Yeah, and it's gross when you can see people, you know that they know they're lying and they're lying anyways. Hey, 200 Watt Studio says, the state was getting in his squats today, LOL. Objection, objection, objection. Sit down, Adam. Shut up. Quarter Native says, why is Bradley continuing to attempt to protect Wade and Willis? What do they have on him? Must be big. Must be big. Very good to see you, Quarter. Norman Smith says he dug his hole so deep that he's got to look up to look down. It's like the Portal game. He's dug in his hole so deep, he's on the top again. King Ginger says Stockton keeps saying relation poop. LMAO. Relationship. Relationship with a T. Well, nobody called Nathan Mr. Willis today. That was good for him. King Ginger, thank you for that. It's Rebecca Starr says, Sadow is so good. It's fun. It is fun to watch him just slow and meticulously walk through the questions. Just Ranting gifted a membo. We got Juarez Playa in the house. Good to see you, Just Ranting. Thanks for bringing in a new membo. Just Ranting also says, he is lying, talking about Terrence, because he has been threatened. Could very well be a possibility. We know he got phone calls. What was inside of those calls and what are the possible consequences in the aftermath? Who knows? 200 Watt says, at the end of his testimony, he knew his career was over. No one will hire this guy after this. Yeah, I mean, Fani and Wade should. They owe this guy a you know, something. But he's probably going to be on an island for quite a while. I don't know what he did or why he thought he was going to serve himself. Hey, Finn Contracting. Yeah, this morning we were talking about that stuff, you know, that you put at the baseboard. Like when you install a baseboard onto some drywall, you have to seal the seam between the baseboard and the drywall. And what you do that with is called caulk. Okay, make sure you try to get that L in there, the caulk. Make sure you try to get it in there. Sometimes it's hard. So he says Bradley is really caulking up the government's case. We talked a lot about caulking guns and other types of, you know, on the morning only members only morning live stream at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. He did really caulk the case up. Truth in Action says, hi, Robert, thanks for all you're doing. Thank you. Truth says, if you haven't already answered, did he perjure himself? Do you think the judge is done with this? Does the judge have any recourse, as I'm sure he knows Bradley was lying? It must be frustrating being a judge on a case like this. P.S. I now stand up when the judge enters and leaves. LOL. Well, you should. You should. It's very respectful. We like to have proper decorum, you know, even if the judges are maybe not our favorite. Although I like Scott McAfee. I think he's doing a good job. But some of the, like the DC judges, we still got to, you know, all right, stand up. So we're glad that you do it. Yes, I think Fani perjured herself. I think Nathan Wade perjured herself. I think Terrence Bradley also perjured himself, but not as blatant as Fani and Willis was. But yeah, I think they all lied. D. London says, here's the key. When did Fani's daughter fail and move to California? Yeah, some very good details on the timeline came out, and it was hard to assemble it and like recreate it in real time. But I'm imagining the defense attorney has it very well articulated, and they're going to be able to connect the dots for us when we're back here on Friday. Tony Hay says, Bradley acts like he's on trial. You're just a witness, dude. Just answer the friggin' questions. He's scared of something. Big Fani remains the DA after this. If she remains the DA after this, I would be scared too. Yeah, maybe he thinks that she's untouchable, and he doesn't want to get indicted by Fani. Although, if anything comes upon him now, it's going to look very suspect for sure. Frank L. says, word of the day, speculation, AKA lies. It was. They use that phrase a lot. Just made it up today, out of nowhere. Roger N. says, my cross would be very short. Mr. Bradley, you testified that you're a liar, correct? No further questions. Liar. Waldo says, is the pantless lawyer defense or prosecution? So that was defense. And somebody mentioned that we had a bit of a show today during that break. I don't know that I saw that. We had a break, and apparently we saw some bottoms or something. Is this here? Is this what happened here? I don't know what we saw. Did we see some underwear from somebody? I think I saw a comment flying by saying that. Is the pantless lawyer defense or prosecution? So he would have been on the defense, whoever that guy was, whoever the pantsless lawyer was. But I didn't see that because I think we took a pee break back when that happened. But we got Sandy says, Anna Cross is not here today and did not sign the reply about the cell phone records. She has been the first chair at all the other hearings. It's a great point, Sandy, and I think you brought that up this morning. Right? It's like, why wasn't she there? I think, Sandy, you said maybe she'll leave. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. Why would she leave? Right? That makes her, I think, look not credible. She's been here on all the stuff and then just doesn't show up. Why is that, Anna? And you were making, you know, a lot of the same arguments, so you should show up and defend your side. Why wasn't she there? It was blue boxers that dude was wearing? No, man. Truth Finder says just what I thought. Nathan Wade left the courtroom when he felt Bradley was not going to turn. Wade pulled a move from the movie Godfather. He sat in the back to intimidate Bradley. Yeah, Anna Cross was the person who axed Terrence Bradley, and she wasn't there. Nathan Wade knew that, yeah, Terrence was not going to flip, and so he left. Yeah, so other people missed it too. I didn't see it. Okay, we'll look at it again. DM says, why does the judge need 10 days for trial? This is enough. Disbar these people already from DM. He might disqualify them. We'll see what the bar does in the aftermath. This one from Maria K. Maria K says, I took the lawyer's oath and I'm so disgusted and infuriated. If you choose to be a criminal, okay, power to you. Be the best criminal you can, fine. But don't take attorney, a cop, or the public servant's oath and then lie. Great comment, Maria K. And you squeezed a lot in there, and well done. Yeah, and I took my oath very serious. I take my oath very seriously. And my whole life is about justice and freedom. It's like my root value. It's like I wake up thinking about that. How can we deliver that to more people and, live in accordance with that? And for prosecutors, do they forget about their oath and do they forget about justice and doing justice? They get badges and stuff too. And they're supposed to have a higher honor than even like the defense, right? Because they have much more power than we do. Karen A says they shanked him. Why didn't he just tell the truth? Might not want to get indicted. Who knows? Damo says, can someone please tell me what time on Friday court will be back in session while on UK time, please? That's going to be a tall order for me. I have enough difficulty with Eastern time to Arizona time. But I heard it's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So however that translates over to the UK. We got over on Rumble. What's up, Ninus? Ninus Beeswax. Ninus Beeswax says, you are awesome. So funny. You brighten my day. Ninus, you do the same to me. I got to tell you. Bradley spoke with someone today. Why else would several defense attorneys ask? It's the next bombshell. Yeah, I wonder if they have, a private investigator taking pictures. That line of questioning, it did feel like they were trying to get him to say something, and then they wanted to hit him over the head with that. And maybe they'll do that in closings. Hey, JPB in AZ says, do you think the defense has met their burden, the best argument? Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. I think that nobody was credible. I think that Fani and Wade lied. I think that's the best argument, is that they perjured themselves to the court. If they would have just come out at the beginning and said, yeah, we were in a relationship. Yeah, the relationship started a long time ago. And yeah, I hired my lover. That's fine. But I didn't pay him a benefit, and it was all above board, and it's all separate. I think that would have been their best strategy. But they have now affirmatively lied, and their credit, I think, and there's evidence to support that, and their credibility is shot. So I think they have to be disqualified. We got this one from Richard G. says, Mr. Bradley, subsequent to one convo with Mr. Wade, did you have any ethical concerns accepting contracts from a DA sleeping with your law partner? Boom. Great question from Richard G. We got PDR Ponies. Welcome as our newest supporter over on the YouTubes. This old guy on Locals says Terrence has left the building and was last seen leaving the Atlanta city limits. This guy's on the road. Where's he going? Mexico? Third proverb says, but Trump. Yeah, we heard that refrain. Hear that all the time. Crash on Local says Fani and Nathan, they pierced the bubble wrap. And we were wanting to keep Terrence Bradley wrapped up in bubble wrap so that he's safe and sound for the next hearing. Shri says, I'm 35 minutes behind, Rob, but I wanted to say thank you for all the amazing coverage. Shri, thank you. And I know you brought in some membos and you've been very supportive today. So thank you, Shri, for that. I'm grateful for that. Thanks for joining us. Knox says, I have heard that Atlanta has its own culture and the law community is rather small. This judge sounds absolutely disgusted with this whole charade. I think the same. I get the same sense. You can see it in his body language when he's kind of like recoiling. Like, oh God, again, like we don't need to go into this again. I already know this dude's lying. And by the way, law communities are rather small. Like everybody knows what's happening, especially the defense community and the prosecutors community. It's small. A prosecutor does something, goofy and silly, everybody kind of knows about it. Same with the defense. Like when partnerships break up and firms dissolve and stuff, people know about it. Black Pilled Red says it was very clear that Bradley was coached. Yeah, the whole thing felt like he was only there to just muck it up and just, I don't know. And that was the whole strategy. Liberty says, I am liking the pilot episode of The Real DAs of Fulton County. Yeah, maybe that'll be Fani's. Once she gets disqualified and disbarred, she can start a reality TV show on MSNBC. Jeffrey Neal. What's up, Jeffrey? Thanks for becoming a supporter. Amazing. And Ike's Girl says, do you think Bradley is Mrs. Wade's special friend? You mean like wife swap or something? Oh, gosh. No, I don't think so. I think that was someone else. Jocelyn Wade. She seems like a little better, person. So probably not Bradley. She probably found someone who's not a piece of work, hopefully. Gray Owl says, why didn't the defense pin Bradley down more on the timeline? Yeah, well, so Ashleigh Merchant tried to get into that. Were you aware of the relationship in 2019, 2020, 2021? And he just kept saying, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't have a date. And so they just kept objecting on that basis. We got this one from Roger N. says, the prosecution brought the victim and the witness to the assault into the courthouse for the first hearing. They did that. They're clearly threatening to charge him. He knows his license is gone, but he doesn't want to go to prison. It's probably the best explanation. But again, I think there's some concern here. If she turns around and charges him, that's going to look like vindictive prosecution for sure. Like, as a defense, you file vindictive prosecution and say but if it's Fulton County and all of this type of law is like endorsed there, I don't know. It's like the same thing's happening with Tishy Tish in New York. She's doing whatever they want. It's insanity, but apparently the people there are okay with it and the courts just allow it to happen. So we'll see if Fulton County is as far gone as some of these other places, but I think this judge is grossed out and he's not going to allow it to continue. I hope I'm right. South Charlotte Estate Services in the house. What's up in South Charlotte? Says, was I seeing things or did Christopher Kachouroff actually attend the Zoom hearing in underwear or shorts? That's the second comment I've seen on this. Go to the last pee break. He has no pants on at a hearing this important. Mad love, Robert. I'm not sure I want to see it now. All right, well, we'll look. Dr. Gia, welcome. We got a doctor in the house. What's up, Dr. Gia? In the house. Welcome aboard as a supporter. We'll see you tomorrow on our members-only morning stream. We got Chase Junkie, a 12-month anniversary. What's up, Chase? Says, fears more than disbarment and text from a friend. Yeah, I mean, he might fear criminal charges and go into jail. If Fani's going to charge him, or that office is, that's going to be a problem for him, obviously. We got AKA Proud Texas is our newest supporter. Shout out to our friends in Texas. The 130 Loadmaster is also a supporter. Welcome aboard. It's great to have you guys. Come on in. It's nice to see you. We got Pamela Blute sharing the number 5, which is a pretty good number. Half of 10. Nice, nice number. 5 fingers, pretty good. We got D Spy says, why didn't defense bring up how the state called him, Wade, a liar at the last hearing? Well, they called, Anna Cross called Terrence Bradley a liar. And she admitted that. He's a liar. So today we learned, yes, he's a liar. Everyone thinks the dude's a liar. So the evidence to the alternative, I think, is going to be more dispositive than his testimony. We got Sleeves End on Locals. Says, I'm understanding about what is happening with the cell phone data. That's good news. Yeah, so that's good news. So in other words, they can talk about it, but they're not going to be able to bring a witness in to really get into the meat and potatoes there. So good to see you, Sleeves. Glad you're picking it up. Damo says, I'm English, so automatically I'm stupid, haha. But isn't there a risk of previous convictions involving Wade or Willis being challenged now? Well, I don't think you're automatically stupid. I think that the English are, quite intelligent and sophisticated. And shout out to our friends in the UK. But I think you're asking about, could other potential previous convictions, other cases from Wade or Willis, could they reopen those? And it's going to depend on the case and it's going to depend on the conflict. Like, was Willis prosecuting those people too because he was having an affair with Willis? It's going to depend on their contracts and the specifics of those cases. But like if I'm a defense attorney and Nathan Wade or Fani Willis or anybody involved in this case was on my case, yeah, I'm reviewing my case to see if there's something I can do about that. And defense attorneys all over Georgia are doing that, no doubt. Jeffrey N. says, wouldn't the alleged conflict of interest exist even if the relationship started after the contract? I would say so, yeah. I would say definitely, right? It was renewed a couple times, and they went on the vacations after the renewal of those relationships or after the contract was initiated in the first place. Starting before or after the contract, I don't think is dispositive. But if the relationship started before, I think that is worse than if it started after. Because then she specifically started it to pay her lover. But either way, I think it's still a conflict. And either way, even if it was after, like we're making a big deal about it starting before the contract because that would make them liars. But I don't think it's necessarily as, like, it's bad either way. But the reason why we want to show it started early is because they said it started in 2022. So that would literally make them perjurers in their own evidentiary hearings. We got Cyrus J says, if Big Fani gets tossed off of this case like a salad, how long till a new DA can pick up the case? That's a great question. I think the threshold issue is whether another DA will take the case. But I don't know what the process looks like in Georgia. I mean, it's going to delay everything. They're going to have to, get up to speed. Disqualification probably would take maybe 30 days, they'd set a new date to see who the next DA is going to be. Then they're going to need more time. It would really delay everything if another DA even wanted to pick it up. Douglas F. says, from the beginning, no one had standing to get evidence of voter fraud heard in court. And then along came this trial. Would have been fun to see the fraud. Yeah, you're right. There were a lot of voter fraud cases that were dismissed on standing and mootness and ripeness and all sorts of reasons. We covered a lot of those here, Doug. Thanks for the dono. Flagpole Guy says Terrence still has skeletons in his closet. Why else would he defend those who threw him unset the bus, who threw him through the bus, under the bus, who threw him under the bus? Yeah, maybe. Like maybe there's more stuff other than that assault that we don't know about, that they know about, that he knows they know about, and they know he knows they know about it. Wild Things says when they got Bradley to admit that Wade told him about the relationship in the back of the office, why didn't they get a date on that day? Yeah, it's a great question. I think probably because he said he doesn't remember the dates. But that would be presumably when they were working together, which was mostly before the relationship started. So it's kind of like any date probably was before 2022, right? So we know that the meeting happened before they said the relationship started. So because it was at her office. So in other words, it was before 2020. So the date, the specific date would have been nice, but they definitely know she was not the DA at the time. We got this one from Pamela B. Says, I think that they're holding this abuse allegation over his head. Otherwise, they had no reason to bring it up. I think they were just trying to impeach him and call him a liar, essentially, which was a strange thing because he had really been protecting them. But I think you're right. They want to just make it known that he has that hanging over his head. Pamela says, just trying to get a handle on tipping. How do you do donations? Boom. Mission accomplished, Pamela B. You knocked it out twice. Thanks for sending them in. Thanks for sending in the 2 donos. Very, very generous of you. You got it. You hit a home run out of the park. We got Angry Bell Sprout. Says the lead attorney is from Fulton County, so he has interesting takes. Ooh, that sounds cool. So shout out to the lead attorney. He says you two would make a fun show. That's probably true. He sounds like a great follow. So make sure you're following the lead attorney to get some insight from Fulton County. And thanks for the shout out, Angry Bell. We got Roy MC says, if Fani and Wade get removed, is there any mechanism to appeal the judgment? If there is, can the defense proffer the same arguments to counter the appeal? Oh, so is Fani going to appeal it? Maybe. Maybe she would. I don't know if that is an appealable issue in Georgia. Good question. But yeah, I mean, if there's an appeal, obviously the defense is going to be able to respond to that. We got Roy MC says, good question on that one. Tony Munkitz is here saying, Hey, it's the Munkets. Tony Munkets is bringing in Lance Uppercut. Welcome. Lance Uppercut. Isn't that, who was that? Lance Uppercut. Guile? Is that Guile from Street Fighter? Chi Chalker in the house. War mode engage. We got Vienticus. We got John D. and Barbara N. all coming in courtesy of Tony Hay Munkets in the house. We got Chet. What's up, Chet M? Says, I think the reason the DA brought up the assault on the first hearing is that they believed that the judge would break the privilege and it was a warning to keep quiet or we'll charge you. Oh my goodness. Keep quiet or we'll charge you. Good comment from Chet. Yeah, they were just, it's like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. We got Gerald. What's up? Gerald's on Rumble, says he is clearly lying and playing stupid. Do you think he's getting something for his efforts or is he being threatened? Hard to imagine someone willing to tarnish his image like that for nothing. Yeah, it's like we don't know what the alternative is, right? What happens if he comes out and is honest? What else is in his closet that we don't know about? So it's we don't know what we don't know. And it's hard to speculate, but yeah, I mean, the idea that he would be on Team Ashleigh Merchant telling that her everything, which I think was probably true and honest, and then reverse himself. Why? Why would somebody else do that? It's very strange. We got Fred Clayton. What's up, Fred? Over on Local says, Rob, without your expertise, we would be in the dark about this significant clown time. Well, Fred, thanks for that. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we can go through it together. And I know we have a lot of fun. I learn a lot from you guys too, as we just kind of, watching the comments, and it's a lot of fun. It's a great journey. Thanks, Fred. Rocky says, hey, Rob, new experience catching the show while on a flight to Chicago. In my opinion, watching The Watchers is the best thing to happen to air travel since MP3 players. You know, I never really thought about it, Rocky, but you're right about that. Thanks, Rob, and as always, for making the world more enjoyable. Thank you, Rocky. Thanks for supporting us, man, and for always the nice comments. And you're right. Even better than like an iPad and seatbelts on an airplane. It's much better. Thank you, Rocky, for the nice comment. Richard G. says Bradley last spoke with Wade in June of 2022, and so he must have had their convo revealing the relationship prior to the November of 2022. Yeah, I think that's right. That's right. I think that's all right. So the timeline is not in their favor, right? And they're going to be able to assemble all of that in closing arguments, and it should be beautiful to watch. Kate says, Bradley said Wade told him, and there was only their two offices. So that would mean he told him before Campbell came on board as a partner. Ooh, that's another good catch. They're only their two offices, so Campbell wasn't there. So maybe that was before, and that's way before the appointment. Good stuff. Cameron N says, I would hire him. I mean, he'll lie under oath, no problem. That's a good point. It's like, hey, if you need a lawyer who will lie for anything, that's your guy. Yeah, that's your guy. Somebody who doesn't care about ethics, whatever. Terrence Bradley's your man. We got Wojo says, Hunter Biden didn't like my cocaine joke because it was a one-liner. Well done. Hunter didn't like my cocaine joke because it was a one-liner. He likes at least 3 lines, especially at the White House. Neurodivergent says, would the judge consider it a problem if Bradley was threatened with prosecution for if his memory returned? Yes. Oh, for the assault. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Well, yes, I would think so. Right. The judge wants honest testimony. The judge does not want witnesses being threatened or prosecuted, especially by the people who are the subject of the hearing. Right. Fani doesn't just come here and get to claim that she can prosecute people who are adverse to her. You know, that's obviously not how the law works. What's up? Thank you for that one, Neuro. We got Joseph R. as a new supporter. Welcome aboard, Joseph R. Thank you for coming in and joining us. Doxson says, hey, Rob, just touching base. I haven't heard from you in regards to my message I sent you on X from Donald S. Oh, another X message. I think I know the problem. It's probably in that side panel. I'll take a look at it as soon as we're done here. Thank you for the reminder, Doxson. We got Daryl D. in the house. Says, when you say I don't remember if I lied, then you lied. We all know. It's pretty obvious. And you could see it, you could feel it on the stand. R. Taylor on Local says, I love how Awesome Sauce, girl attorney, kept cracking and cracking until he was sweating and nervous. And she kept putting up the natty little states. And Steve just stepped in and filleted Bradley and beat him up pretty badly on there. Yeah, so it was like two shots at it, right? So while Ashleigh Merchant was warming up and she was feeling him out, going first is hard on that. Like she wasn't expecting him to say, I have no brain in my head. No, I don't have a brain in here. I can't answer your questions. She's like, what? You're a lawyer. I thought you weren't a liar. He's like, no, that's where you're wrong. I can't remember anything. So she had to play around and like feel him out. It's like in a boxing match or a wrestling match. Like the first round, you're kind of just feeling the other person out. And they just got notice about this hearing last night. So they didn't have much to prepare. And they didn't really know much of the scope either. So she was feeling him out. In the meantime, Steve Sadow was just plotting away, scripting and plotting. She feels him out, jab, jab, jab. Okay, jab, jab, jab. Okay. And then Sadow comes out and is like, okay, I got the hook coming. I'm just going to set him up. Boom! And knocks him out. Amua Yacht Charter says, keep on trucking, Robert. These brothers are just plain lying, these bros. And that's true. And they're lying about their bro talk and their pro talk. That's true too. We got Daryl D in the house. What's up, Daryl D? Welcome aboard. And Larry One just wanted to say, he wanted to emphasize the importance of sealing your home so that you don't have wind or bugs come in. And he says, I just wanted to say caulk. Get the L in there. Thanks, Robert. Thank you, Larry. Have a safe house. Just Ranting says, Judge worked with Fani. Be careful with your hopes. We're going to keep our eye on it for sure. We'll see. The judge did make some donos to Fani, no doubt. We got this one from E. Harris says, that's what I'm saying. Is Bradley an associate of DeSantis? Is Bradley an informant that was used by DeSantis? Interesting question, right? And DeSantis, not Ron, but the informant apparently that the White House shoved in there. And we read that at the start of the show today, which was an exclusive report from Breitbart saying that the White House did that. Cyrus J says, for the record, could the defense ask the state if they're planning to charge Bradley for the hibity that Cross claimed against him? Good question. Yeah, probably not. I think the judge might say that's not relevant. Well, he might say it's relevant. Might go to witness bias and credibility. So maybe. They tried to get into that a little bit today, and I think he cut him off on that. So maybe he'll say that they already incorporated that last hearing, but it's a good question. Big Poppy in the house. What's up, Big Poppy? Says, Rob, don't they still have Fani's friend or coworker from the condo? Yes, Robin Yurdy, who testified that Fani and Wade were always together, kissing, holding hands, way back in 2019 or 2020. Yes. So, yes, she did. And I thought she was very credible. Remember, they also tried to impeach her by saying she got fired for misconduct and whatever. So it would have been nice to also have Bradley come out and just confirm it for us, but I think he pretty much did that without doing it. Hey, Damo from the UK says, so I think all criminals need to thank Fani. The reason all criminals keep tens of thousands of dollars out of the banks and at home is because Fani's dad said we need to because we're black. All black people do it. And you don't know about that because you're just a white guy from the UK. I'm just a white guy from Arizona. What the hell do I know about cash? We wouldn't understand. Okay, Fani told us so. Hey, it's the Munkets. We got Tony Hay is bringing in Joanne K, Debbie W, Andy G, Wojo's coming in, and so is John. All new membos, courtesy of Tony Munkets. Stephen M says, don't forget Daryl Brooks for the defense. Daryl Brooks for the defense. I remember Daryl Brooks, I think. Daryl Brooks for the defense. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Stephen, but thank you for the dono. I'm sure it'll click in my brain in a minute, like probably in 5 minutes after we move on. Robert says, can the judge assume Bradley is being threatened by assault prosecution is causing his reluctance and throw out the indictments for the ethics problem? Well, that's basically why we're here. Yeah. An ethical problem, whether it is worthy of disqualifying Fani or not. And I think the judge could consider, he could ask himself, why is Bradley, first of all, is Bradley credible or not? And then he could ask himself, why is he not? And he might articulate that in a written opinion, or maybe he'll explain that. And one of the reasons might be a threat. I think that's come out in some evidence. Jack F says, that's the parade. That's the parade case. Thank you for the reminder. Jack Forrest says, why can't they subpoena the actual text contents of all the texts between Fani and Wade? Well, probably privacy stuff, probably attorney-client work product, all sorts of different things that they would put up to defend against that. And I'm not sure the judge would grant that. What they actually got was just basically the metadata, what it was pinging off of in cell phones and so on. Oh my gosh, Melissa M did the math for us. Okay, for those in the UK, 1 p.m. Eastern is 6 p.m. London time, UK time. That's it. It's just 5 hours, plus 5 hours from Eastern. That's it. I might be able to remember that. Probably not. Don't hold me to it. Hey, Pamela B says the 5 was my attempt to tip 5. Thank you, Pamela. Thanks for being a good sport about that. And I appreciate that. It was a good attempt. I appreciate that. But 5 is a good number. Either way, 5 is a good number, whether it's a tip or whether it's just a number. It's great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Pamela. Thanks for being a good sport. Hey, Just Ranting says, from the assault, as I understand it, all 3 of them belong in jail. They all do. Now, from the assault to other corruption, I think that there's some good other bits of evidence that they lied. They committed perjury. That's a crime. Jay Water says, any other Trump filings? Good stream today. Thank you, Jay Water. We're not going to go over any other Trump filings today. We're going to call it a day as soon as we're done here. And then we'll be back tomorrow and we'll have some more Trump filings to get into. I think the next one on the docket is going to be the motion to dismiss for void for vagueness, right? That all of these charges essentially were not codified as laws that would provide the president, former President Trump, with notice. And so, in other words, the statutes are invalid as applied to Trump. So I think we'll talk about that tomorrow. That'll be the Florida classified documents case. Trump also filed a notice of appeal on the Engeron case. We may talk about that. And so we'll hit all that tomorrow. Today is a Fani day through and through. Cutie Pie. Hey, what's up, Cutie Pie? A membo for 1 month. First month's the hardest. It gets easier after that. Says, thank you, Robert, for the commentary and the giggles. Yeah, this case is very giggly, no doubt. Hey, what's up, Teresa? Teresa J says, you make law fun. Thank you, Teresa. You guys do too. Thank you for being here. It's a ton of fun. I absolutely love going through these with you, and just, it's like a wild experience. So thank you for all you do, Teresa. Very nice to have you. Thanks for being a membo and for joining us. Larry says, all of the highly intellectual people in your community says a lot about you. Thanks, Rob, for the insightful commentary. That says a lot about our community, right? We have very smart people, and I think we're mostly value aligned, right? We love, I think, we have a lot in common, and I'm very grateful for our community. And Larry, you're a part of it, and you've been one for a while. You got that diamond on your list there. Thanks for being a great member of Locals, and we love our fam. We got K Bean, 24 months as a member. Whoa. That's 2 full years, K Bean, and modding the fort down for all of us. T Keen says, what is his law firm called? T Ken. What is his law firm called? Fougier and Fougier. 24 months as a membo, K Bean. That's going to take my noodle some time to figure out what that is from. Fougier and Fougier. I don't know what that is, but K Bean, 24 months. That's amazing. 2 full years. And we're just getting started. It's going to get crazy from here. Wojo says Bradley is starring in the remake. Bradley is starring in the remake of The Lion King. Except it's The Lion, okay? Like they're lion. And what are they going to do? Are they going to hold Fani Willis up like Simba? And all the prosecutors there in Georgia are going to like take a knee because the big Fani is being held up in front of all the animal kingdom there, like Simba. And Nathan Wade is going to be back there Doing the same thing? Oh, gosh. Okay. Raider Gaines is here. Says, got here late, man. Can you give a recap of today? Well, yeah, we had a pretty juicy day today. So Terrence Bradley, Nathan Wade's ex-lawyer, was back on the stand. Judge McAfee ruled attorney-client privilege didn't apply to him as it relates to the relationship and the conversations he had with Nathan about Fani. And so we got more testimony from Terrence Bradley about a lot of that. And there was some pretty good testimony. I think Ashleigh Merchant and Steve Sadow did a good job. They confirmed to us that Nathan and Fani met in an office when Fani was not the DA. And basically, we saw a bunch of lies from Terrence Bradley for about 3 or 4 hours, where he was very squirrely, trying not to answer any questions, kept saying things like, I don't remember, I don't recall. And then when he got pinned down on stuff, he said that he speculated when he told Ashleigh Merchant that everything in her filing looks good. And he admitted that basically that was speculation, almost a lie, and he couldn't really explain why he told her all of those things, and now has reversed his story. So his credibility was absolutely shot. Steve Sadow, Ashleigh Merchant pinned him down. I think in closing arguments that are going to take place on Friday, where we'd love to see you back here, they're going to articulate the timeline, and they're going to point out all of the inconsistencies and show why all of them lied to us and why they committed perjury on the stand and why they absolutely have to be removed. So that's the 60-second summary. We got Jay Water says, move the Bradley lawyer to the front. Stop the state, nods. Stop the state, nods. Would have been a good idea. Andrew Y says, can Fani's improper threats of legal action be used in a motion to dismiss for targeted prosecution? Well, it could be. So, for example, Terrence Bradley's not charged with anything right now, right? He's not been charged with a crime at all. So if he did get charged, then what I would say is that that was vindictive prosecution, that she was threatening him and that he didn't testify the way that she wanted to, and that it's vindictive in the aftermath. But he's not charged. Right now, it's the Trump people who've been charged. Felix says, remember Fani stated that she kept cash from her campaign. Is that legal? Is that illegal? How? It's a great question, and I think some people have done some analysis on this, and we can't tell whether the forms were filed, essentially. Like, she loaned her campaign some cash and then apparently took some of that out once the campaign had been lost. And I would imagine that that's probably okay, as long as you're disclosing and filling out the forms so you can track the campaign money. And if it's, you know, if it's campaign donors, maybe you can't take that as cash. But if she could trace that back to her original investment, maybe she could. I don't know. But I'm guessing she didn't fill out all the paperwork appropriately, because that's what this office is like. We have, what's up? This old guy says, hey there are 3 of them. Team, we now have a RICO case. We definitely do. Good to see you, this old guy. BH Williams says, okay, Eastern time is UK time -5. Wow. I didn't know that. That's actually easier than I thought. Just add 5 to Eastern time. Okay. I can probably figure that out. Hey, Fugye, Fiuge. This is a contranuptial composition with a short melody or phrase, or it's a state of loss of awareness of one's identity. Man, that's a new word for me today. All right, should we just pause? Okay, we're going to do it. We're doing a vocabulary break. All right, let's do it. We have to learn a new word today. Okay. Fugue. Fugue is what I meant to say. All right, my friends. It's vocab time. The word of the day is fugue.
Fugue.
Turn to your neighbor and say
fugue.
Okay, it means a state or period of loss of awareness of one's identity, often coupled with flight from one's usual environment, often associated with certain forms of hysteria or epilepsy. It's also a musical contrapuntal composition with a short melody or phrase. Fugue. All right, there we go. Learned our word of the day on the day. Thank you for that one. Good to know. BH Williams says, okay, GMT time, universal time. I didn't make it up, so sue me. Universal coordinated time. You'll want to start doing the math if you want to get a ham license. I do. We're working on it. I got my app. I'm already studying my questions for my ham license. We got Lem Struck says, here's a question. If Jack Smith is not a U.S. attorney and is found to be properly appointed, does that mean that no prosecution immunity is applied to him? Similar question would apply to Nathan Wade. So that means, so if he's improperly appointed, well, yeah, so two different questions. So Jack Smith is a different category, but yeah, honestly, if if Jack Smith was illegitimate and I'm Donald Trump's defense, we're filing a claim against the DOJ and we want compensation and damages for bringing an illegal prosecution against their political rival. And we want attorney's fees and we want sanctions for all of that. So, and I would go after them, you know, basically personally. So I would say that there is no immunity for this stuff, right? Because they were outside the scope of the law. Now we'll see what their response would be. Nathan Wade might be different because I don't know how special counsels are appointed there or whether there's any provisions that he might have violated, but I think it's probably a lower standard than the DOJ. Great question, Lem Stuck. Yeah, it's a great question. And we're going to continue to follow that, right? That was Trump just submitted that in the classified documents case. And so we'll continue to follow that one. Great question. We got this one from Roy says, fugue is a word used in a 1960s UK book called Kess. The book was full of swear words that were edited or censored to that word. Oh, is that a bad word? Is that a bad word? I don't think so. It means it's a psychiatrist term. Hey, what's up? Pamela B says, I was surprised when Bradley was asked if he and Wade was still a friend, and he said yes. They have weird friendships there in Georgia. Apparently, they just lie to each other about material facts and represent each other for free, use each other's credit cards. Weird times. Larry says, okay, Marxism has crept its way into Fulton County, and where there is Marxism, there is lying and corruption. It's true. Marxists are the worst. We got Twig is here, says they almost have to prosecute Bradley at this point. No? Well, maybe, you know, for perjury or something like that, but then they're going to, like, who's going to do the prosecuting? Fani, Wade, they're going to disqualify them. Some other prosecutor is going to come in. Like, the whole DA's office is rotten, and the judge has to just be disgusted by this. And so who's going to prosecute Bradley? Fani? I guess is the question. The AG? State Bar? Well, I don't know. It's all under Fani's wheelhouse. We got, thank you for that one, Twig. Gordon is here, says Fani, quote, I rarely eat lunch. If I do, it's in my office. My assistant cooks a bag of something. Fani, 30 minutes later, I have lunch with almost everyone. Yeah, and she, in her own April calendar event, she had a 2-hour meeting with her boyfriend at an anti-corruption meeting. We talked about that yesterday. Jay Waters says, on record, Bradley is looking at the state before the answers. And we caught that hard. All right, we saw that a couple times after it was pointed out. Damo says, I think the prosecutors knew Bradley spoke to Ashleigh, but didn't know how much he told them. Once they found out on the day just how much he'd shared with him, they decided to wreck his credibility. You could be right about that. I mean, we saw something change on that final day. So that would be, I think, a fair analysis. They looked at the text. They said, this dude is a total liar, so we have to destroy him because we don't know what else he can say. I still think it was over the top, not necessary. Granny Joe says, okay, here's a timestamp. 2 hours and 8 minutes is the attorney in the blue shorts. And we're already ahead of the game on that. Okay, locals dug this up and they posted the picture on this. And yeah, apparently the dude stood up. Where did that go? Apparently the dude stood up, and I thought I had that opened. Apparently, this is it. Are those just shorts or are those boxers? Here you go. We're going to give this defense attorney the benefit of the doubt, okay? We support our defense attorneys. All right. Those are shorts. Clearly shorts. Clearly. All right. Clearly shorts. Just maybe a little bit short, maybe a little bit above the knee. But, you know, it's professional on top, party on the bottom. He's on a Zoom meeting. You know, he's just casual. It's Georgia, man. It's starting to warm up over there a little bit. They're just shorts. They're not boxer briefs. He's clearly clothed. All right, we love our defense attorneys here. I'm pretty sure those are shorts. I'm pretty sure. All right, we hope so. We'll see. Definitely shorts, right? Definitely. All right, Granny Joe, timestamp 2 hours. Thank you for that. Roy says, listen to fugue again. All right, we'll listen one more time. We got to make sure we don't miss our vocabulary.
Fugue.
Fugue. Fugue. There's kind of a g at the end of it, isn't it? So, all right, we got that one. We're learning new words here. We've also got Radicy says, Rob, Megan Fox has daily hair tutorials. We get a word of the day for Rob. Do I want to be smarter or have better looking hair? Probably the hair, right? It's probably the hair, you know. Hair's pretty important. We got this one. Tim O. Markson says, is there a place I can watch this without advertising? Probably not. I mean, I think the best way to avoid it on YouTube is to buy YouTube Premium. And then you won't get those ads. Be a good way to do that. But I think Rumble has them. Our Locals, you know, is a good option. Locals streams seamlessly without interruptions. Another good place to join. Twig says the prosecution brought up a payout to the victim from Bradley and even had witnesses. If they don't prosecute him, doesn't it look even worse on Fulton County? Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the nature of the prosecution, right? Obviously, he's going to defend himself. So it sounds like they probably didn't have a good case, which, again, right, that's my take on it. If they had a good case, they should have already prosecuted him. If they didn't have a good case and the DA's office decided not to prosecute, then why are they trying to impeach him in the middle of an evidentiary hearing on this? They shouldn't be doing that because the case is obviously bad. If the case was good, they'd have charged him, but it wasn't good. So why'd they bring it up? Hey, what's up, Mini Wheat? Says Rob, fugue state. It's a health term when a person can't recall what they did or where they were. It's called a fugue state. They just can't recall what happened, like amnesia. Oh, thank you for the explanation. A fugue state. That will help crystallize the definition much better for us. Thank you, Mini Wheat. I mean that. That's great. Yeah, that's what happened. He was in a fugue state all day. Hey, Scraith says, ham extra here. Whoa. So my friends, there's 3 levels of ham. There's the technical level, I should know this. I have to take the test soon. There's the general level, and then there's the extra. So this dude is at the upper end of the ham radio spectrum analysis. It says, if you want to pass the test, it's easier to just practice the public test bank until you know enough questions. Well, Scraith, you just revealed my entire test strategy right now. I have an app that has all the questions in there, and I'm just going through them one after another. And it's actually very interesting. I'm actually learning a ton. It's super fun. Hey, what's up, Margaret K? Very nice dono from Margaret K. Beautiful to see you. And my friends, thank you so much for sending in all these incredible donos in the house. Of course, we are very grateful to have you here and have you join us. We're going to be back here on Friday to get into it again. And of course, we do our live streams, our regular shows every day, 3 p.m. Arizona, 5 p.m. Eastern time. And so we'd love to have you come and join us. We also want to say hello to our friends on the X platform before we go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our members only after party, where we're going to hang out for a bit and debrief some of this stuff with our Locals members. But who joined us on the X platform? Oh my goodness, my friends, we got 66 viewers in the house. Whoo! That's a lot. That's a lot more than we normally get. Oh my gosh, look who joined us. Kanakoa the Great, my friend. Kanakoa the Great does great posts on X. And so he dropped in the comments, shout out to Kanakoa. If you're not following Kanakoa on X, you should be. He posts great stuff all day long. And he says, I don't recall. Not that I recall. I can't recall. I don't remember. Quotes of the day by Terrence Bradley. Good to see you, Kanakoa. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. Paul Mino, our meme smith, says from Ashleigh, did you or did you not say that this document looked good. Bradley says, I was referring to the font, and only that one font on that one paragraph. Paul, of course, sharing this one. It was a good day of eating the popcorn. Shout out to our friend Paul Minot. We got V is in the house. We got Tipsy Piano Bar is sharing that it was the foreperson of Georgia that started this whole thing. What's up, Devil in the Details? We got Rebel Chick says testimony. Yeah, we got Recesses here, Refic. Callings McCrae says, so is the judge slowing the lawyers because he's heard enough and understands the very sad truth? Yeah, you're right. He did. What's up, Mrs. Malindo watching over on Rumble. We got Ronnie Chappa in the house. We got what's up, MAGA. Bree Anderson says, my theory is that Willis had higher aspirations, maybe governor 2026. She sold her soul and ethics for seeking more power. Yeah, and if she resigns, like if she gives up, if she just says, yeah, I'm sorry, I screwed up, she loses all of that, right? So I think she'd rather be disqualified and be a martyr than somebody with honor and integrity who does the right thing. What's up, Ultra MAGA Corgi King? Says he said he had no knowledge of the relationship. There has to be a beginning point of that knowledge. This isn't tricky. It's only difficult if you're trying to obfuscate. Refix says, what bar did these guys pass? Good question. Reginald says, I do not recall. Don't take a shot every time you'll hear that phrase or you'll be dead. My friends, what's up, Marie? Marie is watching from Montana. Shout out to our friends in Montana. I've been studying Montana maps for some reason. I'm interested. I was looking at Billings and I think Bozeman. What's going on over there? It's north of Yellowstone. Very interesting state. Iron here. Feline Fun. Do you think Bradley was being bribed or threatened? I don't know why else he would have changed. What's up? James Law's in the house. We got Goofy for Jesus. Says 2 wrongs don't make a right. You can say yeah, but 3 lefts do. Oh, that's a fun phrase. So when someone says 2 wrongs don't make a right, which my mom told me all the time, but 3 lefts do, right? 3 lefts, and you just took a right turn, basically. Great job, Rob. Thank you, James. Vincent's in the house. What's up, Polly? Raven Madness. Steven, thank you for saying that. The Rake. Man, we got some great comments. It's so nice to see everybody over on Rumble. Yeah, a lot of comments. This guy destroyed his career, and it's not good. And, of course, What You Talking About, Willis, is over there on the X platform. And so shout out to our friends on X. If you want to join us over there, Rob Govea, ESQ is the location. And we'd love to see you out there in the X wild wilderness, supporting each other, liking each other's stuff, retweeting each other's stuff, and getting in the mix of things on the X platform. But that, my friends, is where we are going to leave it on the day. We had a couple other donos come in. Thank you for these as we wrap it up. Tony, hey, thank you. Says, Big Fanny's whole trial against Trump is corrupt. She's been given power by the White House. I don't think Bradley's afraid of her so much as of the corrupt government that are really in charge of this. So Fanny's not putting pressure, but Terrence knows that Fani has basically the whole government structure locked up. And he's freaked. Maybe he's right. County attorneys are very powerful positions and they have a lot of authority and they can do a lot of damage. T. Lewis says, you know, I'll take blue boxers on a Zoom over a Jeffrey Toobin, you know, doing some home improvements and caulking on Zoom every day, you know, sealing up against the wind coming in his office when he's out there on the Zoom meetings. Chubby says, I think the prosecution was initially trying to make it look like Bradley wasn't on good terms with Wade and therefore not defending him on the stand. But they took it too far. Maybe that's why she wasn't there for today's hearing, because she kind of opened up all the can of worms that we're now unpacking. Could be right. Charlie E is a new supporter over on the YouTubes. Welcome aboard, Charlie. Great to have you, my friend. And Mick M. What's up, Mick M? Mick M says, very helpful and informative, and thank you. And thank you. And I don't know what currency that is, but that is great. I'm grateful to have you here. Thanks for tuning in from a faraway land. We're grateful to have you here. Thank you, Mick. We got this one from Raider Gaines as we wrap it up. Says, last week, I said that Wade and Nathan were both giving signals to the state during testimony. I remember you said that, Raider Gaines. I think, didn't you point out the Fani Willis wink? She kind of winked at somebody when she sat down. Is there a penalty for this? Fani at one point gestured too. It's the judge's courtroom, you know, so the judge can kind of manage all of that. And if the judge is not seeing it or stopping it, you know, it's kind of no harm, no foul. And if the defense is not pitching a fit about it, then there may not be, you know, much point in addressing it. But not appropriate, right? But it's up to the judge to remedy that in the courtroom at the time. Hey, what's up? Hell's Gate says, evening from the UK. What's up, Hell's Gate? Evening to you. Says, being a lawyer, i.e. an experienced court user, it really doesn't look good when you start obfuscating by saying you don't understand something. Right, and this was not complicated testimony, okay? This was not like they're asking him about gas chromatography machines and, you know, unpacking DNA analysis and results. Or, right? It's like, did your friend ever talk to you about his girlfriend? It's like high school talk. And he's like an 8-year-old. I don't understand. Can you rephrase that? It's not here. It's not here. Turn the page, Bradley. Yeah, not good. And what's up, Laura P? Great to see you, Laura. Welcome aboard as our newest supporters. Very nice to have you. And we're so glad that you're here. Yeah, they're definitely shorts. They're not box. They're definitely shorts, right? All right. So Laura Phillips, thank you for that. And my friends, again, thank you so much for joining us. I have such a blast with you when we go through all this stuff. And this case is wild. And so it's just going to keep going. We're going to come back here on Friday, of course, to get into it. Before we wrap it up, I want to remind you about a couple cool things coming up. So this Thursday, we have our Zen Wellness event. This is free. We're going to do it on watcherlodge.com. And so we're not going to be doing Zoom. We're going to do it right there natively in Circle on watcherlodge.com. And so come join us. It's free. Jason Campbell's a brilliant dude. He's a black belt. He's a musician. He is the sheriff of a town in Arizona called Cleator. He's an awesome dude. So he's going to share with us some wisdom about Zen wellness. And it's good stuff. I've heard him talk many times and learned how to do breathing and all sorts of stuff from him. So he's going to come talk to us for free about self-development and about clearing out mental turbidity in our brains. And of course, it's election season, and it's all so that we can become more productive people in our lives by having clear heads. So come and join us, watcherlodge.com. It's going to be fun. RobertGovea.com is where you can sign up for our daily newsletter. Check out the shop, grab a hat, grab a shirt, look great while you're watching the show. And also sign up for our newsletter so you get all the segments delivered to your inbox every day after the show is over. And of course, we are going over right now to watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Come and join us over there. Members can also join us for streams in the morning and streams on Saturday. And we have a lot of fun with the best community ever. We also want to thank our mods and our meme smiths who help keep things nice and orderly on the day. Shout out to our friends, Vianticus Prime, K-Beans in the house. We got Just Cause, Playing Hooky, Ronnie Cole, our friend Zulu, Beyond Geo. We got Zach Nichols in the house, John Allen, Janik 909, Dog Digger, and of course, Donut Mind Me, helping out, modding the fort down for us, keeping things nice and orderly. Want to thank our meme smiths, Sleepy Dog Lee, Nathan N810, and of course, Geegum Geegum, who help keep this place nice and beautiful. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. We are going to be back here tomorrow, normal time, to get into some other Trump litigation updates, whatever else is happening in Florida, in DC, in the Alvin Bragg case. He's filing a bunch of stuff to gag Trump and all the things. And so we've got a lot cooking ahead. We're grateful that you are here and joining us. And now we are going to leave it there, but we're going to come back here tomorrow to get into it all again. And we need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends. Sleep very well. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.